stuff like that I didn't want to learn, but I had to learn. I mean, I learned about the dynastic cycle in ancient China 3 separate times at 3 different schools. And I was like, who is writing this curriculum and why is it so important that I understand this process?
Yeah.
The part that makes school difficult, especially in college, is that you have people just going to school just to get the degree, don't really know exactly what they're interested in, and they don't even have time to figure that out because they're in a business program or a communications program with no specific interest.
I think if you want to do school right, take on every single subject that you're forced into. I think that David Foster Wallace would be unborable by it. Just really go in. Because ancient Chinese dynasties are the most interesting thing you could possibly learn.
And it is somewhat interesting, the Silk Road and the Great Wall, terracotta soldiers and stuff. But I'm just saying, like, when I got to college, I signed up for journalism school, right? And I didn't get to take a media class until the second semester, and I had to take everything prior to that, and I'd already spent so much time. I just think the excruciating boredom of schooling left a bad taste. But there was individual classes that I liked a lot.
Yeah, there should be some choice, or maybe a lot of choice, even at the level of high school, for what kind of classes you pursue.
Yeah, for sure.
And you're also saying so Wikipedia is not always supposed to be right.
No, but it's just interesting because, like, I've said so much in podcasts, but that's what they isolated. And I've gotten that question before, which I understand. It's the first thing on my Wikipedia page, but it makes me sound like a super hater. Have you ever seen this Instagram page called Depths of Wikipedia?
Oh, it's great.
Oh, it's so good, dude.
You said you love journalism. What did you love about journalism?
I mean,
what hooked you?
On a basic level, everybody wants media coverage, right? Everyone likes to be on camera and get exposure for whatever they're doing. And so being a journalist and being almost a portal for exposure for people allows you to be on the front row of everything that you want to be a part of. You get to be in the front row for history as it's unfolding because everyone wants to be covered. So being a journalist gives you a ticket to everywhere that you want to go in life. And so it allows you to step into different realities almost and then go back to yours. And it just keeps life interesting.
Buy the ticket, take the ride. Hunter S. Thompson, is he up there in one of the influences or your influence?
I think the early Daily Show was so good. Sacha Baron Cohen, huge influence. I mean, that was like the Ali G show, especially. I think Louis Theroux's broadcasts on BBC were great. I was really into Hunter S. Thompson too, but not really until college. I really like a particular Hunter S. Thompson book called The Great Shark Hunt, where he covers the Ruben Salazar murder by LAPD, or LA Sheriff's Department, in Boyle Heights in the 70s. And his relationship with his lawyer, Oscar Acosta, and that whole saga is great. Fear and Loathing, I like, but not as much as this. Because there's the Gonzo side of Hunter, where he's like saying he's taking drugs and seeing shit. And there's the other side of him, which is like an actual reporter interested in telling a story that has news value. Two different lanes.
There is something about you that makes people want to say you're the Hunter S. Thompson of this generation. And I don't think they mean the drugs. I think they mean some kind of non-standard willingness to explore the extremes of humanity. And like almost a celebration of the extremes of humanity.
Yeah, well, it's a very kind comparison. I'll get there one day, maybe. I just went to Aspen on a little Hunter S. Thompson recon trip to go check out the Woody Creek Tavern, which is the spot that he was like his bar near his cabin. It was pretty cool to see. Unfortunately, it's kind of turned into not a dive bar now, but it's a sit-down sort of country restaurant. But it was cool. But I expected to see a bunch of gnarly Hunter S. Thompson types.
What's speed? Doing drugs. I mean, drugs and alcohol is all part of it somehow.
Yeah.
And so it opens a gateway to a deeper understanding of humanity.
But I will say, though, like, as someone now who doesn't party like I did when I was younger, it's not as important as I thought it was.
I'm conflicted on this. I'm good friends with a lot of people that say alcohol is really bad for you. And I believe that too. But there's something that I just, as an introvert, as a person who has a lot of anxiety, for me, alcohol has opened doors of like just opening myself up to the world more.
Oh, I'm actually a fan of alcohol, moderate drinking. But I'm saying, like, my life before, I would say 2019, 2018, there was the chaos on camera, but then there was my private life, which was like chaotic partying all the time. Also. And I convinced myself, much like Hunter did, that was the secret sauce that in the core, in my spiritual core, it gave me the creativity. But then I cut out a lot of that stuff, and I'm just as creative. And it's interesting that I think one of the hardest parts about addiction is that if you're a functioning, highly creative addict of any kind, your brain and the addictive part of your brain convinces yourself that it's all part of the cross purpose. It has this like symbiotic, inspirational thing going on. It's not true. It can be, but it's typically not.
Yeah, it's not a requirement. Right? You can sometimes channel, you can sometimes leverage all those things for your creativity, but the creative engine lives outside of that.
Like, have you read the Hunter's daily routine in the year up to his death? It was like 15 grapefruits and 8 ball of Coke and like just a certain amount of shotgun shells for him to fire into the sky every morning. There's no way, and he didn't do anything creative with this. Yeah. But so the creativity goes away, and gradually you just become like a party animal, like Andy Dick,
a caricature of yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why life is interesting. You make all kinds of choices, and sometimes you can have create works of genius in a short amount of time. Drugs. Einstein had that miracle year where he published several incredible papers in 1 year, 1905.
Did he do drugs before that?
Lots of coke and.
I was like, I believed you for a second. I'm like, did Einstein have blow? I don't think he did.
How do you think he gets that hair?
Come on, it's true.
I'm just asking questions.
High confidence hair. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, no, he's a well put together,
sexy young man. The hair came later.
Was Albert Einstein attractive as a teenager? Was he attractive as a young man?
Sexually attractive?
I'm
turned on by Einstein at all ages.
But are you more turned on by the work that he did or his physical being?
No, sometimes I fantasize in the arms of Einstein. I could even get that out.
Yeah. In the arms of Einstein.
Yeah, just I want to feel safe.
It's a good idea for a rom-com.
To be a little more serious, like general relativity, that space, time can be unified and curved by gravity is an incredibly wild and difficult idea to come up with. Like, it's a really, really difficult thing to imagine, given how well Newtonian classical mechanics physics works for predicting how stuff happens on Earth. To think like that gravity can morph space-time, both space and time, and it permeates the entire universe. It's a field. It's a really wild idea to come up as one human on Earth doing it. Really, really, really difficult. And it's really sad to me that he didn't get a Nobel Prize for that.
Was there people saying he was crazy when he was around? Or was he universally recognized as like an OG?
No, I think once the papers came out, he was widely recognized. But before that, he was recognized. It was really difficult.
But backing up, where does a black hole go? Like after something gets sucked into it?
You mean, is it a portal to another place? That kind of thing. Well, we don't know. It could be. The universe is kind of like Swiss cheese full of black holes. There's something called Hawking radiation, where because of quantum mechanics, the information leaks out of the black hole, so it is possible to escape the black hole. There's a lot of interesting questions there.
I hope we get to the bottom of that.
And there's a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, which doesn't seem to scare physicists, but it terrifies me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Astronomy can be terrifying.
Yeah, we're all like orbiting. I mean, we're not just orbiting the sun, but the sun is part of the solar system, is part of the galaxy, and it's all orbiting a gigantic black hole.
Have you ever spoke to someone who's been to outer space?
Jeff Bezos. He flew his own rocket. But astronaut has been to deep space. Or maybe I've spoken to an alien.
I want to do a research paper or like a report about space madness. You know, it's supposed to be this like torturous feeling that you get when you look away from Earth and into the abyss after you've exited Earth's orbit or whatever. Because there's one specific psychiatrist who knows how to deal with space madness, and I want to figure out how. Interview people with it.
Is this a real thing? Like, is there a Wikipedia article on it?
Yes, look up space madness.
Now I don't trust Wikipedia after you.
No, they think I hate classes.
I thought you meant more about the fact that you're isolated out in space, that when you connection is difficult.
Yeah, I think it's the feeling of extreme insignificance that you might get sometimes when you look at the night sky, but it's that times 1,000. It's like an existential void that's created after looking into the abyss and then realizing how small Earth is in the grand scheme. You just start to really have a strange new perception about the pointlessness of existence.
I don't need to go to space for that.
I mean, only a handful of people have been. I'm sure they're all pretty well off. So that just has to be like.
But technically, we're all in space because Earth is. But so, I wonder if you have to go to space to talk to a psychiatrist.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, technically, we're all in space, so you can't. That's a boundary you can't have.
But not everyone believes that, as you've seen from my work.
You're right, and those are important people that are asking important questions.
Yeah.
You hitchhiked across the U.S. for 70 days when you were 19. Tell us about that.
Well, this sort of connects to what I was talking about with the boredom of school and these Common Core classes. So after my first year of school, I lived in the dorms, like a old school dormitory building at a school in New Orleans called Loyola University. I wanted to just do something. I felt so bored. I was working for the school newspaper for the whole first year. It was called The Maroon. And I didn't have the ability to write my own stories. Like I had to defer to an older editor, and they would give me stories to write about. And they were all about like on-campus happenings. Like the Pope visits New Orleans, or glass recycling to be in the French Quarter, or hoverboards banned on campus due to safety concerns. And it just kind of felt like, all right, I kind of wanted to be a gonzo reporter. I'm not sure if working my way up through the traditional newsroom hierarchy is going to get me to that point. But I started reading a bunch of old hobo literature, like World War II vagabonding stuff. And there was this book called Vagabonding in America by an old hobo, Ed Byrne. And I read this, and just basically, obviously some of it was outdated. They had stuff in there like the hobo code, like, oh, this moniker on the side of a fence means this person has free soup or something like that. They didn't have stuff like that. But what it did tell me, it told me about train stop towns like Dunsmuir and places in Montana where there was a attitude for drifters, and that still persists from 60s and 70s to this day, even though, in my opinion, movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre have ruined hitchhiking culture in America because not everyone thinks you're going to, decapitate them if they pick you up. For my final day of courses at Loyola, I literally left all of my belongings inside my dorm, took the streetcar to the Greyhound station, got a one-way ticket to Baton Rouge, and I was like, I'm going to hitchhike across the whole country back to Seattle with no money. That was the plan, and it worked out.
I love it. I traveled across the United States before in similar kind of plan.
Were you on the Silver Dog?
Greyhound, but Greyhound is pretty nice.
That's a step.
Yeah, that's way better than
hitchhiking, Greyhound, Amtrak.
Yeah, Amtrak, no, that's the least.
What's in between Greyhound and Amtrak? A car. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a car. Yeah,
a
shitty car.
Okay.
I lived in a shitty car.
You lived in a car?
Yeah, when I was driving across the United States. Yeah.
Solo?
With a friend, some solo. And I would have cold soup.
I love cold soup. Yeah. What I like is the cold chickpeas in a can. You get the water out and just dump them in your mouth.
Yeah.
Those are good. Beef jerky, Kind bars. Kind bars are really good for the road.
Yeah. I mean, all of that is great, but too much of it is not great. Like, too much cold soup, not great. Too much beef jerky.
So what was the route you took? Was it Chicago across, or was it Philadelphia across?
Philadelphia across.
To L.A. or where?
San Diego's one up, but it was a zigzag. You went up to Chicago and down to Texas.
So you went Philly, you went through Appalachia, up to the Midwest.
Yeah.
Did you cut over through the Southwest down to San Diego?
No. Went straight down to Texas, all the way down to the Midwest. So,
but did you cut from Texas west through New Mexico and Arizona to get to San Diego?
Yeah.
That is the best road trip place. Mm-hmm. Interstate 40, like Albuquerque, Flagstaff, Vegas, Kingman, the Mojave Desert, Yuma, doesn't get better.
Yeah, I mean, and you're kids, so you don't care. And you're throwing caution to the wind. And met some crazy, crazy people.
It gives me some sanity, like whenever I'm feeling kind of out of control or bummed out. I just remember that the road is still out there. The open road never goes anywhere. It's kind of like I see like an invisible door in the corner of the room all the time. It makes me more comfortable. I'm like, hey, at the end of the day, if I'm bummed out, I can go hit the road, and I'm sure it's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, get that Greyhound ticket and go.
I would say Silver Dog half, because sometimes I got to ride the dog when no one will pick me up. There's some places in the country where no one's going to pick you up. Kansas, Missouri. They're not going to do it.
You're not charming. You talking about that?
I was 19, fresh, clean shaven. It was pretty charming, I'd say. But the older you get, the harder it is to hitchhike because they think you're like an escaped convict or some type of psycho wanderer. And some of these people are like what we call punishers, people who never stop talking. And so they see someone hitchhiking and they're like, yes, I'm going to talk at this person.
Yeah.
And you can tell their eyes are wide. They're like, what's up? And you're like, shit. So it's 6 hours. And you say, oh, cool, nice. Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah.
You're right. I like people that are comfortable in silence.
Yeah, but then that also raises the question: are they about to kill people? You know,
I think that's a you problem.
You know what's funny is almost everybody who picked me up when I was hitchhiking was like a day laborer. It was almost all Mexican day laborers who picked me up. Oh shit! Because I think that like in some places down there, that's a typical thing to do: hitchhike to work. A lot of people don't have cars; they still have to get to their jobs. So a lot of people ask me, "Hey, where should I drop you off? Where's your job at?" And I'm like, "My job is to explore," and they were down there.
See, like for me, it was really easy because he's just saying like I'm traveling across the United States, and I think people love that idea and they want to help. They romanticize because they also have an invisible door. Everybody has that invisible door. I just want to go.
So you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
It can anchor you a bit, just to remind you that every pattern that I've fallen into is voluntary. It's for my own stability and mental health.
well, that's why I'm like renting everything. I'm making sure like tomorrow I can just go. I gave away everything I owned twice in my life. I'm just very like I'm ready to go tonight. Let's go.
What's the hardest item you've had to part with? You've never had a material object that's really hard to let go of. So you give that watch to somebody.
No, this you're right. You're right. That's probably the only. I've never had to let go of that though.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I own. This means a lot to me, but everything else. But then again, listen, because okay, this watch is giving me to me really good. But like whenever I romanticize the notion that this watch means a lot to me, it's like, oh, I might just get you the same one again.
Yeah. God damn it. It's a pretty sick ass gift though.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm not usually a gift guy, but you know, when somebody you look up to kind of gives you a nice little symbol of that relationship. So, but other than that, no. But even this, like, whatever. The relationship is what matters. The human is what matters, not the. You had something like this?
Not really. I mean, there was a hard drive that I lost. I had pictures on it and stuff like that I think about all the time because I left it on a train. And like the certain memories, you think about it, you just get pissed off and just think to myself, someone has that somewhere. I have dreams about reuniting with the hard drive.
You and Hunter Biden have this.
I don't think he wants to reunite with that one.
Okay.
It's crazy, like, you know, all he did was smoke crack, right? Like, is there more stuff going on?
I think there's prostitutes involved.
Oh, okay, whatever.
I think you got to look into it. I think I have to look into it. Was Kerouac, Jack Kerouac, and somebody that was an inspiration role in this road trip? Do you even know who that is? The Beat Generation?
I didn't know who it was. And then after I did ultimately I wrote a book, which I did years later. And everyone was like, have you read On the Road? And then On the Road, I probably heard the title of that book every day at least 10 times for 2 years. And I'm sure Kerouac is a great guy. I mean, I just don't too familiar with the Beat Generation.
It's a great book. It's you read it or no?
I refuse to read it. People even have gifted it to me, being like, "Hey, man, you're gonna love this." Yeah, is that On the Road? If I honestly, people have given me a book with wrapping paper on it, and they're like, "This is right at your alley." I was like, "That's fucking On the Road, isn't it?" Yeah, no, I'm like anything but that. But I'm sure it's a great book. It's just the comparison thing drives me crazy. But big respect to Kerouac. Would never speak down on that whole anyone in the Beat Generation.
What are some interesting moments you remember from this?
And it was something getting mistaken for a gay prostitute on my first ride in Louisiana was pretty funny.
Where did you go?
Well, I mean, the journey began in Baton Rouge, and the first destination was Houston, which is about 4.5 hours west on Interstate 10. So I'm in Crowley, Louisiana. I'm on the side of the road, and I guess this cruising truck stop. It was known for being a place where lot lizards go to procure clients. And I was there,
Lot lizards are.
It's a derogatory term in trucker culture for a prostitute who hangs out at the Loves or Pilot Flying. Large interstate truck stops. Now, trucker culture as it once was is pretty much finished because of the live stream cameras they have inside of the trucks now. So you can't Sudafed or pick up anybody. Can't even pick up a hitchhiker or you get fired. And yeah, definitely. The old school outlaw trucker lifestyle, unless you're an owner operator who's not even in a union, which is real cowboy way to haul loads, you can't do that.
You were mistaken for a lot lizard.
Mistaken for a lot lizard by a small man from Honduras with a spiky leather jacket covered in studs. Didn't speak any English, but I thought he was just a nice guy. And then he pulled over at there's private theaters in the South where they have confession booths set up, and they have 3 channels, and people go in there and
Porn?
Yeah, people go in there and police officers. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So he thought he was taking me to one of those. I was like, all right, cool, man. Yeah, this guy wants to go jerk off and wait in the car. It's all good. I was like, he buys a booth for me. And I'm like, okay. But not really in the mood to watch porn with this random guy. So he gets in the same booth as me. And he starts jerking off right next to me. And I'm like, oh, man. I don't think this is chill. I'm like, you stop jacking off. He's like, what do you mean? Like, this is what you want to do? Like, I have money for you. So I was like, oh, no, I'm just a regular guy. Yeah. He was super cool about it. He started laughing. He's like, oh, my bad, man. I thought you were, selling something. I said, no. And he said, oh, it's all good. And he gave me a ride all the way to Houston. That's great. Yeah, we talked about anything except that for the rest of the car ride. That's great. He was just rolled with it. Oh, sorry about that. It could have been. I had about a foot and a half mistake, guys, so I wasn't too scared. I had like a knife in my pocket, but I didn't want to stab him, especially not at a place.
And you were still, but that didn't leave a bad taste in your mouth.
I figured that can't happen again. It can't keep happening. So I was like, all right, if I got this out of the way the first ride, the following rides are going to be spectacular. Yeah.
Who among us have not been mistaken for a lot?
Facts. You heard it here first.
What else? What are some interesting, beautiful people that you've met?
Well, I used to have couch surfing to find places to stay. Now you can only submit like 5 couch surfing requests a day unless you're a premium member, which means you also host people.
Couch surfing still on?
Yeah, totally. It's evolved obviously into a different thing.
Airbnb is the kind of competitor to that, right?
Couch surfing is free though.
Right.
So couch surfing, they call it like the CS community. So basically there'd be these like couch surfing super hosts in different cities. Like there was one in Santa Fe, this firefighter dude who had like 15 other couch surfers there chilling.
Nice.
So I would do it everywhere. A lot of them were Catholics, so it was their way of giving back. A lot of them were nudists. And so I didn't realize that there's a small little section at the bottom of someone's couch surfing profile that says clothing optional.
Yes.
And that means if you go there, I thought it meant like it's cool if you walk to the bathroom in your underwear. No, if you go there, everyone's going to be butt naked. Mm-hmm. So I made that mistake a few times. Not that I'm anti-nudist, but I didn't want to, I wasn't ready to take that leap of faith. And it was just great. Couch surfing hosts were amazing. Yeah. But that was just great. It was this constant thing where I felt like, wow, people are so welcoming. I'm not having to pay them $1 for this experience.
Yeah, I love couch surfing. Yeah. Or like, again, for me, being an introvert, just crashing on a person's couch, being essentially forced into a great conversation is great.
Yeah. The one thing that gets exhausting about hitchhiking is constantly thanking people and being in like sort of constant superficial gratitude everywhere all the time. Oh, thanks for letting me sleep on your couch. Thanks for the food. Yeah. Part of the reason I wanted to live in an RV later in life is to avoid having to constantly live in this like, thanks so much type of frequency because it's exhausting to constantly, hey man, thanks.
I think the shallowness of an interaction is exhausting, not just not thanks.
Yeah, it was a true favor. Of course, I love giving people gratitude for that. But just this thing where everyone who picks you up, you get 8 rides a day, you're like thanking 8 people a day like they're in the second coming of Jesus. You start to feel a little bit debased.
What'd you learn about people from that journey? That's your first time really kind of going into it.
The American public is just so kind overall. I mean, they're so like embracing, depending on who you are. And specifically though, the Christian family people of the U.S. who drive in minivans and have that fish sticker on the back where it's like Jesus fish, and they have the family sticker, where each member of the family is a stick figure. those people never picked me up and would flip me off with their whole family. Sometimes they would throw full Dr. Peppers at me as a family while I stood on the side of the road as a family. They would yell shit like, "Go to hell, hippie," when I was on the side of the road. And so it's weird that the most charitable Christian American family values people never gave me any charity or even conversation. They were antagonizing me and saw me as like a hippie left over from the 60s who needed to go to work, go to Vietnam. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But the people who really extended a hand to me is people on the margins.
Yeah.
People working on seasonal visas, people whose cars have, less than a quarter tank left, people struggling with addiction who saw me struggling, or at least they thought that I was because they assumed I was hitchhiking, not out of adventure, but because I had no car. And were willing to sacrifice their day almost sometimes to take me exactly where I needed to go.
That's beautiful, though. I've had similar kind of experience that people were struggling in most of the way to help people struggle.
Yeah.
There's people like in religious contexts and other kind of communities that just judge others because they've kind of constructed a value system where they're better than others because of that value system.
Mhm.
And that actually has a cascade that forces you to actually be kind of a dick.
Yeah, I never
to
thought
other
about
humans.
that, man. It's so true. Do you think about like morality and religion a lot?
Yeah. I've been to certain parts of the world where religion is really a big part of life. I'm just always skeptical about tribes of people that believe a thing and believe they're better than others because they believe that thing. That could be nations, that could be religions.
Yeah.
And I mean, in Ukraine and in Russia, I've seen a lot of hate towards the other. And that hate, I'm always very skeptical of because it could be used by powerful people to direct that hate just so the powerful people can maintain power and get money, this kind of stuff.
It's a scary thing to see how easy it is for high up political people to mobilize the hate of just the average person and can almost convince them to sabotage their own, where they share one common with the politician they look up to just to advance the agenda of one party. That's what we're seeing now.
Are there some places in America that are better than others? Can you speak negatively of like aforementioned Joe Rogan talk shit about Connecticut nonstop? Is there? Can you pick a region in the United States you can talk shit about?
Talk shit about? Oh, for sure. I mean,
from that experience, let's just narrow it down to that.
Oh, Colorado. Oh, gee, really?
Yeah, I know so many people that love Colorado.
Dude, Dallas, Denver. I used to think Phoenix sucks, but I love Phoenix now. The way they build these cities to just be so circular and massive. So, I like grids, man.
Oh, you're a grid guy.
Manhattan, New Orleans, San Francisco.
What is it about grids that bring out the worst in people? Circles is wherever
everyone's just vibing out.
Yeah.
The grid gets people locked in and hateful. I don't know, man, but
I've never heard anyone talk shit about Colorado. It's kind of refreshing.
Yeah.
It provides a necessary balance for the Colorado Wikipedia page.
Yeah, Oregon too. I got problems with Oregon. Yeah. Well, here's the issue. You have, and I don't like just calling people racist because it's kind of like a two-dimensional insult, but you have the most racist state, but the most psychotic anarchist city in the middle of it. What's going on up there? How did this happen? The yin and the yang is so extreme that there must be something in the
What do you have against anarchists?
I used to be an anarchist. When I was in 8th grade, I had this friend named Mads who was part of a group called Seattle Solidarity, which is like an Antifa precursor. So I grew up like going to Black Bloc protests, and I mean, there was a particular shooting, the murder of John Williams, who's a Native American woodcarver in downtown Seattle. He got killed by a Seattle police officer named Ian Burke. John Williams was carving a pipe from a wood block with a pocket knife. He was deaf in one ear. Officer pulls a gun on him and says, "Put it down." He doesn't hear him. He shoots him 6 seconds later. So that police-involved shooting instantly turned me into like a very critical of law enforcement kind of person when I was super young. And so as someone who used to see this guy who got murdered, 55-year-old man, I used to see him around Pike Place where my mom lived, the public market in downtown. That to me put me into the anarchist political sphere. Just channeling the anger of that experience. And the officer got no charges, by the way. The video is horrific. And didn't get reported. The officer, I'm pretty sure, is still active duty. And so it's like situations like that early in life channeled me toward political extremism. But I grew up to realize how incompatible that anarchistic worldview is with reality, with American society. It only exists in a small little chamber. You can't apply that to the industrial heartland.
And I think also anarchism, gotten to know Michael Malice, who's written quite a bit about anarchism. And it also exists as a body of literature about different philosophical notions that kind of resist the state, the ever-expanding state in different kinds of ways. And it's always nice to have extreme thought experiments to understand what kind of society we want to build, but implementing it may not necessarily be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, Emma Goldman, I'm a huge fan of her writing. Also, the prison abolitionists that are associated with the anarchist movement, Angela Davis, all that stuff, influential. I still adhere to a lot of those principles when talking about stuff like the prison reform and stuff like that. But just, I drifted more toward having a more open mind as I got older.
Extremism implemented in almost all of its forms is probably going to cause a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
You worked as a doorman on the, I could say, legendary Bourbon Street in New Orleans, where you saw what he described as, this might be another Wikipedia. This is where I do my research.
Does it say hellish scenes?
Hellish scenes, in quotes.
Wikipedia is damn right about that.
All right, thank you. That's a win. That's one in the win column. So yeah, tell the story of that. What's it like to work on Bourbon Street? What kind of stuff did you see?
I mean, I was a host at a fine dining restaurant that on the corner of Bourbon and Ivory. So that's the first street if you go from Canal Street onto the quarter. So this is like across from like a daiquiri spot. It's the middle of the tourist corridor. And the spot was kind of a tourist trap. It was called Bourbon House. The food was good. Chef Eric, I don't want you to see this and think you don't make good andouille sausages, but it was overpriced. And so we had to maintain this like fine dining facade on a street where almost everyone is like throwing up, fighting, or is half naked. So there was this policy. We had these giant glass windows next to the tables. So if you're eating at a Bourbon House, you can look out onto Bourbon Street and you can see as you're around you all these partiers throwing beads, boobs, all that. We had policy where if we're serving someone, we can't look onto Bourbon Street if something crazy's happening. So there's a fight or something like that. We can't look, right? So there was a dude, I remember I'm fucking serving a table. There's a dude in a Batman mask, butt naked, with 12 pairs of beads, just jerking it.
Yeah.
Back to jerking it. He's jerking it, right? And every single person at the restaurant's looking. They're like, look, they're taking pictures, and the manager's feet looks at me, rice on the table. So I'm serving these people, and I'm like, what's look, red beans and rice, or you're like some Creole. And there's just this dude, and ultimately the manager went out, escorted him further down Bourbon Street. But I would get off work at around midnight every night, and that was when Bourbon Street is at its most chaotic. And so I lived in the French Quarter as well. So I lived about 12 blocks down Bourbon, in a small Creole cottage in a cute little orange, old school New Orleans one-story spot. I lived in the attic above these gay dealers, Frankie and Johnny. And so I would get off work and I would basically have to walk through like this battlefield. I mean, it was a battlefield. Getting home was out of like the Warriors movie. Almost humanity. Yeah, it was like Kensington, Philadelphia, but just out. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's all alcohol. But it's a lot of visitors, right? From us.
Almost all visitors. Yeah. And that kind of would set the flow for the weekend. For example, if the Raiders were playing the Saints, Raider Nation, and they do not play around. If it's the Patriots, that's a whole different crowd. They think they're better than everybody else.
Yeah. Well, they technically are better than everybody else, but yeah.
The people from Massachusetts aren't like the cream of the crop in terms of like American superiority.
Strong words, yeah.
No offense, but I mean,
I'm sure they won't take that as
they are good at fighting. All right,
great.
New England has hands compared to some places.
Which places was Colorado?
Colorado has no hands. The West Coast, not too much hands.
That's why you feel safe talking shit about Colorado.
But if you get to the corn-fed parts of East Colorado, these guys got hands bigger than my head. They'll do the shit. But anyways, I walk back to my house on 3rd Street, and I would be sifting through this battlefield. I had a friend at the time who was like, we should do a taxi cab confessions type spinoff where we asked people to confess a deep, dark secret, and we posted the next day. And so we tried that, and it went viral on Instagram instantly. It was mostly incest stories, people admitting to incest. I know it's a common Southern stereotype, but there's some truth to it. There was some murder confessions. That was pretty crazy. We never really posted any of those, but
How did you get people to confess?
pretty easy. And New Orleans has a homicide solve rate of like 22%. So, most of the time, they'll just tell you. I remember I was like walking down Bourbon, and I asked this kid, I was like, what's your deepest, darkest secret? And he told me, he's like, I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia Project Housing Authority Project Development. And they said, I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia playground for touching my sister. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, look it up. And I was like, all right, hold on. So, man found dead at Central City Playground. Appeared to be homeless, shot execution style. So I told the kid, I was like, why'd you tell me that? I put that shit out there. I'm trying to go viral. Like, tag me too. Oh, wow. Dude, I don't think you understand that even if you're a juvenile, he's probably 15, you can get juvenile life in Louisiana for homicide, even if it's justified. So I just deleted the footage in front of him. I was like, I'm going to delete this footage. See that trash button? I'm hitting it right now. Don't tell anyone that again. And he was like, all right, I appreciate it. He walked off. Little moments like that.
Anything for the gram, I guess.
Yeah. After a while, though, it became sort of repetitive. Because there's only so many things people can confess to that go viral.
Oh, so you were trying to see like what?
Well, there's the incest one. Some people just say like, I eat ass. That was like everyone said that. Like I cheated on someone.
I've seen a surprising number of people on your channel mention eating ass.
Yeah. Wait, how seriously you said that? Will live in my head for the rest of my life.
That's good.
Yeah, I
want to live in your head saying that a lot of people mention eating ass.
Yeah, a lot of people do mention that. Yeah. Also, that's kind of where I developed this magnetism for freestyle rapping. Everywhere I go, people rap. I'm not sure why. As a former rapper myself in middle school and for the first year of high school, I think that maybe like it takes one to know one. But everywhere I go, people start rapping. If you and me went outside of this podcast studio and walked around for 5 minutes, I can find somebody who's rapping. I can tell who raps, who can rap, who has 8 bars in their head if they're ready to go.
I think there's something about you that creates the safe space to perform their art.
Yeah. That was the Quarter Confession series was the first time you saw the suit.
That's when the suit came out.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Ron Burgundy, Eric Andre inspired.
Where'd you get that suit?
Goodwill.
Goodwill. Yeah. Wow. I was playing checkers. You're playing chess.
Goodwill has a surprising amount of identical gray suits for sale.
Yeah, I actually got suits at thrift stores before.
Yeah, a lot of people donate suits. I was going for oversized suits, which are the cheapest ones there.
Yeah.
It was like $12 to $25 every time.
Yeah. If I wanted to look super sophisticated, like I'm from another era, I would go to the thrift store.
Yeah,
because they're usually like this. There's like the patterns they have. It's just like a more sophisticated suit, which is what you kind of picked out. It made you look ridiculous, but in the best kind of way.
The tough part about Quarter Confessions for me is that everybody that was featured, for the most part, would more or less regret being a part of the show.
Yeah,
and that over time just gave me a bad feeling where I was like, you know what? I kind of feel like I am doing an ambush interview, especially because I'm presenting this so real, yet the intention is to make something funny.
Yeah.
And I get that that's what people do in the satire sphere. I'm sure Ali G and Bruno and Borat did the same thing. And I don't think it's unethical because that's all for the purposes of comedy. It is what it is. But for me, I wanted to do something different.
Yeah, because there's an intimacy to confessing a thing.
Right.
And then you just don't really realize the implications of that.
In the atmosphere of Bourbon Street is like anything goes, like it's a free-spirited place, but if you transport that energy digitally to a different, like Colorado, they might look at it and be like,
different place and time, like 5 years later,
right?
That same person has a family and stuff like this, and all of a sudden they're talking about eating ass.
Right, exactly.
The kids have to think about that.
Or, imagine if there's a video of your grandma or grandpa out there when he was a kid talking about eating ass. That's a horrible experience. to discover that about your, elder later in life stuff.
I don't even know where to go with that. But literally the opening question was, tell me your deepest, darkest.
Yeah.
You just come up to somebody like that. How often do you get like a no? How often? What's the yes to no ratio?
Well, the weird thing is like we don't really extract answers from people. What makes a good interview is when they're ready to talk. The more you have to talk and try to get an answer out of them, it's just not a good vibe. Like, so we kind of look for people who appear to be already ready to talk. Open body language, like they seem confident and verbose, and we approach them first. We wouldn't approach a shy person and be like, "Come on, tell me."
What about a person with pain in their eyes?
Oh yeah, we're interviewing them.
Yeah, so they're ready to talk. They're just not like. Yeah, there's different ways to be ready.
Right.
I see homeless people a lot, and they always look fascinating. And the ones I've talked to are always that.
Yeah, we just did a video at the Vegas tunnels, like trying. Obviously, it got taken down by Fox, but
I was gonna make a joke that I didn't see it.
We tried to help a lot of them by getting them IDs. And when I made the documentary, I had this idea that it's a big roadblock for them is getting identification. Without IDs, you can't check into a homeless shelter, you can't do day labor, you can't qualify for housing, nothing. So when we interviewed them, they'd basically tell us, if I had my ID, I wouldn't be here. And so we said, okay, we're going to really help this time. We're not just going to talk to them about their struggles. We're going to actively go out and get them IDs to DMV. So we did that, and nothing really changed in their life. And we sat down with a recovery specialist who works directly with them day in and day out. He explained to me that he's been trying to do the same thing I tried to do in a 1 week period for the past 10 years. And that they have deeper underlying traumas and pain that need to be dealt with far before they even take the steps to enter society as a housed person.
That's a heavy truth right there.
Breaking that shame cycle has to come first, because you got to think, right? Like, I'm from a generation that romanticizes vagrancy and homelessness to a certain extent, if it's called van life, or if it is done in a way that's sort of like Rolling Stone, Willie Nelson, Hit the Road. People who are above 50, they feel really embarrassed to be in this spiral of homelessness. They feel like failures. A lot of them have kids who they weren't there for. That's not the kind of pain that can be dealt with by giving someone a tiny. It's a good step forward, but for someone to really make a change, they have to want to change. And so it's, how do you help someone and guide themselves in the right direction? And if you're too paternalistic and you use shame as a method to get them to clean up, they're going to end up right where they started. That's a tough truth to accept, because a lot of people want a quick fix to things. And I don't blame people who go out and give bologna sandwiches out to the homeless.
And each case is probably its own little puzzle.
Each person is so complex. Now imagine drug abuse, what that does to the brain, trauma, childhood trauma. There's so much to unpack. And just the belief that they're undesirables, that they don't deserve to be a part of society because they failed a fundamental obligation, taking care of their kids.
You could take a small tangent to, you mentioned this Vegas video, which is fascinating. It was taken down recently by YouTube, or YouTube took it down based on
it's illegal.
Fox 5, I guess.
So the documentary was an hour and 45 minutes. We used 10 seconds of a news clip that was publicly broadcast by Fox 5 Vegas. And according to the Copyright Act of 1976, you're allowed to use a publicly broadcast news clip in a transformative capacity in any documentary, or research paper, or broadcast, or anything. They, specifically, this corporation called Gray Media that controls the TV stations in almost every small town, they had lawyers hit up YouTube, and YouTube complied with an illegal copyright strike to get our video immediately removed. And I'm a YouTube partner with the YouTube Partner Program, so to think that I wasn't forewarned it's a bit strange, but it also smells like corruption to me to a certain extent.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that amount of power. At the very least, they should have the power to just like silence that 5-second clip, maybe.
Yeah, but I'm taking them to court because I have the means to be able to do so. I'm a larger creator. I have an audience. I have the financial backing to do it. I can't how many people out there are smaller creators with like not as much consumer of a fan base they can mobilize against someone like Fox 5, or the money to go to court. So I want to take them all the way there to set precedent for future cases, so that these giant mainstream media conglomerates can't copyright strike documentary filmmakers at will. Does that make sense?
Well, thank you for doing that. That's really, really, really important, and that's really powerful. And it might hopefully empower YouTube to also put pressure on people to not. YouTube is in a difficult position because there's so much content out there. There's so many claims it's hard to investigate. But YouTube should be in a place where they push back against this kind of stuff as a first line of defense, especially to protect smaller creators. So what you're doing is really, really important. Appreciate it. It sucks that it was taken out. Do you have any hope?
Well, I talked to my YouTube partner today, and he said Fox 5 lawyers have 2 weeks to comply with my counter appeal. But I spent 20 grand on human voiceovers, 5 different things. So I invested probably in total like 70K into this video. So even if it gets reinstated, it can take.
Also, it's just like a really important video. It's good for the world. And
yeah, like why the hell would Fox 5 a vested interest in having the video taken down?
I just hate it when people do that. The videos or the creators, they're doing good.
Yeah, it's not an expose on the mayor of Las Vegas. It's an attempt to show the civilian public how to get involved in a local nonprofit. Potentially.
Fox 5, the other Channel 5, as you said.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for pushing back and highlighting it. Hopefully it gets brought back up. But yeah, defending other creators so that other creators can take risks and don't get taken down for stupid reasons. Yeah. So, Court of Confessions was written?
No, it was all real-life reality TV documentary. But it caught the attention of a larger company called Doing Things Media.
Yes.
And they contacted me pretty much like a week after I graduated from college in May of 2019. And they said, hey, like, how would you like to produce a show? I was like, what do you mean? They were like, we'll get you an RV. We'll pay you $45K a year. You get to pay for gas, for food, for 2 hotels a week. Go out there, make content, and we'll be in the background just powering it all.
And that was the birth of All Gas, No Brakes.
Yes. I mean, All Gas, No Brakes was named after a book that I wrote called All Gas, No Brakes, A Hitchhiker's Diary, which chronicled the 70-day journey that we're just talking about.
It's a tough book to find. Right?
Oh, yeah, there's only a few copies left. I'm thinking about doing a reprint at some point down the line, but I sold off the last 100 copies.
Until then, you guys should go read On the Road by Jack Kerouac.
Yeah. You should read it.
I don't know if you read it.
If you can't get my book, get On the Road by Jack Kerouac. It's great. It's the best.
When took words out.
April 23rd.
Okay.
I'm a Taurus. Coming soon.
Typical Taurus.
Yeah. I'm a typical Taurus man. I'm a Scorpio moon. Just write that down.
What's the time when you were born? Like 30 at night? Or
Typical. This guy knew it. That's the real science.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the idea of All Gas No Brakes as a show was to combine the road dog ethos of the All Gas No Brakes book with the presentation and editing style of Court of Confessions. So it was to take Court of Confessions on the road. It was pretty much like a simulated hitchhiking experience, but with the editing and like punchy effects of Court of Confessions. I wear a suit, we do the fast zoom-ins, little effects, stuff like that. It was those were the best years. It was just so fun. I mean, imagine you're fresh out of college, you were just a doorman interviewing people about like making out with their cousin and stuff, and then boom, this company that you've never even heard of is willing to buy you an RV and give you $45K a year, which to me at the time was more money than I could possibly imagine. So called my dad. I was like, Dad, I need you to find me an RV, because the only guy I know who cars. Even he doesn't know much about cars. He was like, all right, I'm on it. So the RV was $20,000, and the first event that we were called to cover was the Burning Man festival, and that was tough. Because, man, he's not too keen on filming. It's supposed to be a non-commercialized, escape from reality. I mean, they have a gift economy set up. It's based upon like mutual participation and non-exploitation. And so the idea of making a Burning Man video was tough at first, because burners oftentimes, this is not all of them, but are pretty well off in general. A lot of them have tech jobs, are pretty high up in Silicon Valley, and Burning Man is where they go to take off, to take the edge off and basically become their burner persona. On the fly, they become reborn. They take ketamine and they wear kaleidoscope glasses and steampunk hats, and they snort MDMA and they run around the sand. listen to.
Do you snort MDMA? That's one I need.
Yes, you can.
I thought it's a pill.
You're gonna take a pill with water. You can snort MDMA.
I'm already feeling like that. I'll probably go on another level.
Yeah, don't start it because it only lasts like 90 minutes. So, anyways, we didn't know what to do because we tried to film. The initial idea for All Gas No Breaks was to, instead of asking people what's your deepest, darkest secret, it was what's the craziest trip you've been on. So the idea was to not satirize drunk people, but satirize people who tried on acid. And so we went to Boulder real quick, did a test interview with some lady who talked about seeing ancestral aliens during a peyote retreat. And so it's pretty easy to extract trip reports from hippies, gutter books and stuff like that. So we go to Burning Man. We start asking people, like, what's your craziest trip story? And they didn't have the same type of free-flowing storytelling style like a on-the-street crust punk in New Orleans might have. They were like, oh, what the fuck, I'll tell you whatever. These people were very bottled up about what they were willing to disclose. So we went on Burning Man Radio and we did a broadcast. And we said, hey, we're psychedelic journalists. Because me and my friend CL at the time. I said, we're psychedelic journalists. We're parked on 10 and I, which is across the street, Black Rock City. And we said, we have a 1998 Catalina Coachman Sport. It's an RV. We've set up a podcast studio. We're doing a show about psychedelic voyages. Yeah. So, lo and behold, 2 hours later, we had 10 people lined up at the RV willing to talk. So that's headed people. So we did a couple interviews, and that was that.
Well, what were some of the stories from the trip reports?
There was this lady named Rasma who said that she was known in several circles in Berkeley for being multi-orgasmic and could create multiple repeated climaxes using only her mind by like squinting her eyes and squeezing her eyes together so much that like the pleasure spiral just went crazy.
I feel like I talked to several people like that about it.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Not that. Well, yeah, that lady. I think she manifests herself in the form.
So, but still, it was on the recruiter. There was one guy named Kimbo Slice, who's Burner Man. He talked about taking a shit for taking like a quarter of mushrooms and how he was like seeing his childhood and visualizing his past life, as the turds were flowing into the toilet, and just talks about the psychedelic union between pooing and taking shrimps.
So he was very visual.
Yeah, so there was stuff like that. I interviewed Alex Gray, which was super cool, about his first trip in San Francisco when he was in 1971, shortly after the Summer of Love. I got to do some pretty cool interviews, but still it was semi-ambush style. I wouldn't say that we were doing journalism yet. It was still comedic video work.
Was there a narrative that tied it together? It's like really just a trip, comedic almost with the
interview, and then I go Burning Man, and then it's on to the next one. So I guess that could give a loose structure, but it's just like a punchy and slapstick thing. Everything was going good until we interviewed this guy named DJ Soft Baby. He was wearing a leotard with, once again, kaleidoscope glasses, shirtless, dancing, and he was eating chowder out of a plastic bowl. And he was like, this chowder's so fucking good. He's like, this is my life. And he starts putting the chowder on his face. And he's like, I want the chowder all over me. Yeah. And so we just go, hey, man, can you just do a dance for us real quick, just for some B-roll? He does a dance. We post it on Instagram the next morning. Doing Things Media CEO calls me, Reed. He says, all of our paid media. And he's like, that guy you filmed dancing last night on drugs, putting chowder on his face, that guy's at the top of MIT. I don't understand what he went to MIT.
My brother's a rocket scientist, and he's like head of NASA or whatever.
Well, I mean, like, he knows people in Boston. Okay. Not in the Whitey Bulger sense, but in the reverse sense.
I've trouble believing that DJ Soft Baby.
Oh, DJ Soft Baby was major. It could have been Harvard. It could have been, but it wasn't. It wasn't UMass.
I don't think there's anybody that's at the head of MIT who's putting what was it all over his face?
Chowder. Well, you haven't been Burning Man.
Okay. Yeah.
So
I would have to consult my colleagues at MIT if they know DJ Soft Baby.
So whoever
probably was Harvard. Let's put it on them.
the top of Harvard. So he made some calls, to the tops, to the heads of big tech.
Yeah.
Got all the Doing Things Media pages taken down. At the time, that was like a vast network of pages. And we ended up having to take them. Obviously, the video came down. And he held the entire network of Instagram pages hostage. And so that was he made us agree to never post that video again. And then somehow got all of our pages reinstated. So that was my first brush with like, powerful people on drugs. And that was probably my last brush.
So what did you transition into from that?
I think after Burning Man, we went to the South, went to Talladega race weekend, went to a Donald Trump Jr. book signing, went to a Juggalo adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida called the Sausage Castle.
Juggalo adjacent sausage. Okay, can you run that by me again?
The Juggalo adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida.
Fetish mansion in Central Florida. Juggalo adjacent. I mean, every single one of those words that you like needs a book or something. Juggalo. By the way, where are the Juggalos? Is this ICP? ICP thing.
But I say adjacent because it's not a Juggalo mansion, but there's a lot of Juggalos who kick it every mansion. It's Juggalo fun.
Oh, okay. Juggalo fun.
Yeah, because they get made fun of in a lot of places.
Oh, so it's okay, got it.
And Juggalos say outrageous shit. So they're on the FBI's gang list, which, if you ask me,
ICP or the
Juggalos.
The Juggalos.
Who's
the head of the Juggalos?
It would be Violent J and Shaggy 2. But there's associated acts like Twiz did, and there's a whole rabbit hole. Honestly, Tech Nine is sort of part of that.
Tech Nine, I don't know who that is. Should I know?
He's actually one of the top selling touring rappers, despite having sort of not that many streams. Tech Nine is like got a huge cult following in this area. This is like the Juggalos started it in Warren, Michigan.
I was gonna say ICP at the same time, honestly. So this is a thing. This is a movement.
Oh yeah, if you went to Seattle right now and punched a cop and they booked you in county jail, you may end up running with the Juggalos.
Running with the Juggalos.
They're a presence in Pacific Northwest prison system, from what I've heard.
Can you tell a Juggalo from like a distance?
Well, they say whoop whoop. So if you see a Juggalo, they'll say that. Also, like
I'll try to.
They're kind of called the Dark Carnivals. The mythology they abide by.
What do they define themselves? What's the ideology?
A family.
No, I understand, but what's the ideology? What's the philosophical foundation?
They're anti-racist. They like to drink Faygo and also just like cheap liquor and stuff like that. They're into drugs. Yeah, a lot of circles. If you pull out a crack pipe, people will be like, "I don't want to drink." If you're at a Juggalo party and someone's smoking a Twiz or something, relatively accepted.
It was Twiz. Meth. Right. Lots of tattoos.
Yeah, the Hatchet Man is the most common one. So it's a like Records logo. It's a cartoon of a clown wielding a hatchet. It's actually a pretty sick logo.
I vaguely remember enjoying some of the ICP music.
Good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's funny. It's edgy.
Well, they get satirized a lot, but I got love for the clowns. And also, so when All Gas No Brakes transitioned away from elite drug parties and into like the South, that's when the fun really started to happen. Living in your RV in Alabama and Florida, that's the best. Why? People are just so friendly down there. It's warm year round, and people are non-judgmental. It's just great. The South gets hated on a lot, especially in the coastal states. In Alabama, with the butts and fly chips and stuff. Those are great states.
I love it. New Mexico, Albuquerque, all those.
Oh yeah, the ABQs. It's great.
ABQ, what's that?
Albuquerque. What Jesse Pinkman called it is the ABQ.
Oh shit! The depth of references you bring to the table is intense.
It's okay.
I met a lady in Albuquerque when I was traveling across the United States, and she said, "Take me with you." So I'm sorry, man, I can't. Yeah. But I think about that lady.
I think you made the right call.
I don't know. Yeah, on the road, like Jack look at I've read of my life. There's a moment when he meets a nice girl on the bus, and they have a love affair. It was good.
On the bus? Or
no, they went to California. Well, yeah, and there was a love affair on the bus, but it wasn't sexual. It was just romantic. It was in the air. It was in the air, which there is something in the air on the bus. Like a Greyhound, like a bus, that type of situation. There's certainly something in the air. There's a romance. There is. Yeah, they travel because it's like strangers getting together and you're like feeling each other out and you're in it. Like you each have a story. You would be taking a bus on this story. So you're especially if you're traveling across country. It's something.
You ever taken the dollar bus from Philly to New York, the Chinatown bus?
Yeah,
That's a great bus. The people on that, it's not a fucking dollar though. It was there's some that are 5 cents.
no. If you book it way ahead of time, it's like $20. I was like, I don't know why I'm swearing. The anger came out.
Hey, swearing's okay. When I got last time I was in the Chinatown bus, there was like a rooster walking down the aisle.
Actually, rooster, yeah,
Chilling. It was awesome.
there was a nice party.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that felt almost fake.
Yeah.
Did you plant the rooster?
No, the rooster. There's a place in Ybor City in Tampa where roosters walk around all the time, and we had a rooster park there, right by the main drag. But did I say we had a rooster park? We had the RV park in Ybor City for a long time, and the rooster laid eggs.
Nice.
Back to the Algasma breaks thing.
Yeah.
So it was really in it. And then we started Algasma breaks in September of 2019. 6 months later, the country shuts down, and everything just hits the fan. I was actually here in Austin when it shut down. I was on 6th Street. I remember, I don't just hang out on 6th Street all the time. I was just here.
Come on. Let's just be honest.
I do like 6th Street. I like East Austin. I like 6th Street. So anyways, the NBA shuts down. Everything's shutting down. So I went down to the Dirty Six and I asked this doorman, "You guys ever going to shut down?" He was like, "Oh, no, bro. The Six never closes." And I was like, "All right, we'll see about that." Next day, plywood. And then I was like, "All right." I thought my career was over. I was like, "What are we going to do?" Nothing's happening anymore. There's no more parties or Talladega races or Burning Mans to go to. So I went back to Seattle in the RV and I just spent 4 months just depressed, living in the RV, trying to figure out what would happen.
But all gas, no brakes went on.
So, well, yeah, this was the crazy thing about that period of time is that when COVID hit, I'm sure you remember, everything turned political overnight. In Seattle, if you went to a house party, you get canceled, because people were like, "Oh, you're a super spreader." So if you wanted to socialize, even with a group of 4 or more, you had to do so with your phones. And a lot of people were doing hyper social policing at that time. Beyond that, in the South and more conservative places, they were doing the opposite. They were trying to prove that they could hang out 500 deep with no mask to make a statement against the establishment. So you had this polarization that led to more division. And that's when the anti-vax protests started. And I went to Sacramento, and the passion was unreal. This is about 2 months after the COVID lockdowns began, and that was my first political video in Sacramento, the California state capitol in Sacramento, documenting they called it the Freedom Rally, but that's typically anti-vax stuff. And it was real intensity. And that video was my most successful to date at that time. And so I was like, okay, am I a political reporter now? Am I covering politics? Like, what's going on?
What were the interviews that made up that video? What style of questions were you asking when?
I don't know if you remember, but I was actually scared when the pandemic started. I thought that this is something that might kill us all based upon what I was consuming. And so I'd ask people, what do you think about this lockdown? And I've had people say, I'm immune compromised. If I get exposed to COVID, I have a 95% fatality rate. But guess what? I'd rather be dead than alive living in fear. Wow. So it was just stuff along those lines. You had some San Diego surfers there complaining about the beaches being shut down. Such awesome waves were going.
Yeah, it's interesting that that really brought out the worst in people.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure why that is. Fear, maybe, paranoia. I don't know. It really divided people. Like really along the lines as you mentioned, like triple mask yourself or fight for your country.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Like, why are those the 2 options? That is literally what it was.
Wow.
And both groups think they're fighting for the survival. Yeah. And so that's where you really run into problems when you have 2 polarized groups who both think that their cause is for the common good. Mutual understanding is impossible at that juncture. And so after 3 months of almost everybody being locked down, George Floyd happened. And I remember I saw the 3rd precinct burning on my phone in Minneapolis. And everyone says, Andrew, you have to go cover this. And I'm somebody, like I said, police violence has been close to my heart since I was a kid. And my first thought is, I can't do that. I'm a comedic reporter. I can't go to Minneapolis and cover this. It'll be the end of my career. And I had a friend named Lacey who I went to, and she told me, she was like, bro, this is your chance for you to do something serious. You can actually create a meaningful piece of reporting like you always wanted to before. You can turn all gas companies into a news source. So I called Reed, who was the CEO of the company that owned all gas companies. And I was like, look, man, I want to go to Minneapolis. I was in Orlando at the time. I was actually at the Sausage Castle. And he said,
the Sausage Castle?
Yeah, the Juggalo.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's called the Sausage Castle.
So I'm watching Minneapolis unfold on Lake Street where it was burning. And I got to the Orlando airport. And I booked the flight I booked it on my own card. I didn't consult my boss or anything. And I was sitting in my seat on the flight. And he straight up told me, he's like, if you fuck this up and this destroys the brand, you're getting a different host. If you mess this up and you turn our show away from a party show about drinking and drugs and all that stuff, and you make this a social justice show, you're done. But I was like, I just turned my phone off. I got to the Minneapolis airport on the 2nd night of the riots. And when I got to the airport, there was National Guardsmen in the airport, and it was like a Call of Duty mission, the one in the airport. And on the speaker, they say, if you're arriving here right now, you are not permitted to go anywhere outside of the airport. National Guardsmen will escort you to your Uber or to your car. They're going to take a picture of your ID. They're going to figure out where you're going. You are not permitted to go outside tonight. And so Lacey picks me up. There's 2 people in the back, 2 of her homegirls wearing like shiesty masks. I'm like, what are we doing? Where are we going? And she goes, we're going to go film the riot. We're going to Lake Street. And so we drive down there. Park is burning. Target is burning. Everything is on fire. She has the Sony A7. She gives me a microphone and she's like, go talk to that guy. And there was a guy with a Molotov cocktail in his hand who had just burned Kmart down. And so I asked him, she goes, what's on your mind? I walk up to him and I'm like, what's on your mind? He said something like, everything that was happening here was supposed to happen. This is how we feel. Is it right? No. Is it with the community? No. This is how we feel.
This is how we feel. That's pretty powerful. For a lot of the documenting that you do, this is how we feel is like screaming through that.
Yeah. And I noticed that aside from a group called Unicorn Riot, there was no one else actually interviewing the protesters. The local news was on the bridge, not 15, but 5 blocks away, filming just the scene itself. But I saw some crazy things off camera too. So there was kind of 2 groups there. There was like the anarchists, mobilized protesters, and then there was just mostly African American community members who were just pissed, who had nothing to do with the organized resistance. And they were all kind of joining forces to riot. And there was this anarchist kid who ran up to White Castle with like a Molotov cocktail, and he was about to throw it at White Castle, and this black dude ran up to him and grabbed his arm, and he's like, we fuck with White Castle. And I was like, what? And so you see, if you go on Lake Street, every business is burned at White Castle. Right? I also saw these dudes rip this ATM out of a bank and hit it with sledgehammers. They were a group of friends hitting it with sledgehammers, right? Hitting it with sledgehammers, boom. All of a sudden, money starts spraying out of the ATM. Like, I've never seen some shit like this, like pouring out of it. And then this group of friends who were just united in getting it open start fighting each other for the money that's pouring out. And so it was like Joker from the Batman's army type vibes. But I got shot in the ass by the National Guard. It was no good. Yeah, not shot.
Like.
Honestly, it hurt.
It hurt. I'm not sure what I was expecting as an answer to that question.
Yeah, man.
I liked it. It was good.
Yeah, and then after that, I posted the video, and it was very well received, and that was the pivotal point where I realized that everything's going to change.
mean, there was still kind of a comedic element to the way you do conversations, the way you edit. So, did you see yourself as a
At first, but I just think human being is funny.
yeah, the absurdity of it.
The cool thing about Jon Stewart is like I generally like to say that anybody who works for corporate media, whether it be Comedy Central or anything owned by Time Warner, Fox, MSNBC, they can't say what they want because in order to climb up in those organizations, you have to appease the narrative of the company that you're working for to rise in the ranks. Jon Stewart, I feel like, has so much clout in the media world that I'm pretty sure he can say whatever he wants. Like, I actually don't think that Jon Stewart is controlled that. I really don't. I think that he can go on the show and talk about whatever.
I do think that certain broken the brains. COVID broke the brains of a lot of really great people I admire. Trump broke the brains of a lot of people I admire, like to where Trump derangement syndrome became a thing. You can't see the world quite as clearly because of it. And I think Jon Stewart is quite a genius at like stepping away, even though the world needed him in that time, stepping away during that moment of Trump and coming back now to be able to reflect those sort of other statesmen.
My favorite Jon Stewart moment to illustrate perfectly is whenever he went on the Colbert show. And he was just joking around with Stephen Colbert, who I think is a full-blown propagandist, about the Wuhan lab leak theory. He was just goofing around. He was like, it's called the coronavirus lab, and they had it before. And now what do we have? And it was like, you could see in Stephen Colbert that he was like, gun to his head type shit. He was like, John, stop joking about that. And that made me realize, like, oh, everything that Jon Stewart did, especially for the 9/11 first responders, he's a true American. And not in the sense of, like, the political parties want you to believe as an American. Not a do your part and social distance American. Not a, wave your Trump flag in the back of your pickup truck American. Just a guy who genuinely stands up for what's right.
There's a degree to which you can be in those positions easily captured by groupthink, though, even when you're not controlled by bosses and money and all that kind of stuff. I think Jon Stewart is mostly resistant, but it's hard. His position is difficult.
I think he's done the best job. If someone in that obviously Democrat connected corporate media economy, he seems to be the freest talker.
Yeah. So this is when you first became famous.
I'm not even sure what fame means. I mean, I just see myself as me.
When did you get the shades?
Oh, that was on tour. That's a whole the shades. That's dark. But I didn't make like
this is a meme, really. I don't even know.
I didn't make journalism to like become famous. I made it to give people a platform to share their story. It just so happens that people liked it enough to where I became sort of famous. But if I could go back and not be the on-camera guy and just platform the stories, I would. But the reality is people need a face to attach to stuff they like. So that's just how it is. But yeah, I would say right around Minneapolis protest, Portland protest, Proud Boys rally time, when I was really in there, is when I started to be acclaimed as really just like a ambush.
Did that have an effect on you?
Not at that point.
Not at that point. So like you were still able to have a likeness to.
Well, the country was basically closed.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like there was a street to walk down where people were like, there's that guy. So getting famous during COVID made it so when the country reopened, it was as if like my life really changed. I was like, oh, all these fans I made during COVID are like seeing me out at the bar. This is cool. Yeah. At first, fame is the best thing ever because you can go anywhere in the country, and these spaces that you normally feel a bit insecure in, like a local dive bar, a cool restaurant, a coffee shop, or you just be another guy, all of a sudden they're like, oh, the big thing. You do like free stuff. You get this sense of acceptance that you never would have got before. So, but there's also the dogs.
Well, it's all love, man. I mean, I just speak to the first part you were saying. It's just so much love that people have.
It's amazing. I'm sure you know what it's like. The only downside of fame, really, is that you can't really be anonymous anymore. And you have to seek out more strange environments to be anonymous. Like right now, I live in the desert, basically. And I want to live in the middle of nowhere in the Mojave Desert. Not because I'm scared of people, but because I just want to be like curious me again.
Yeah.
People don't know, and I can ask questions to people that I'm interested in about them going, I remember I see you here or I see you there. That's the main thing. That's what I loved about hitchhiking.
Yeah, just to have that on memory.
Yeah, it's the best. But both are great. Complaining about fame is just the lamest shit.
Yeah, we should go to furry conventions that you covered. We're an outfit.
I love furries. I should do that.
Yeah, we should go together. I go all the time. We should go together. What's your favorite outfit?
I think you might like it more than you think.
Listen. Maybe I'm just afraid to face who I really am.
Yeah, your persona, the true Lex, will come out.
Yeah.
In a $3,600
everything is
lizard
possible.
suit.
Lizard? Is that what they go with?
Well, scalies are the lizard furries.
Yeah.
And there's a big division in the community where they think scalies are kind of douchebag. You know, the scaly suits are more expensive. They're about $7,000. And the first suit is $3,600. So, and they're also taller.
Yeah.
So when the scalies pull up to the fur fest, it's like, fuck the reptiles.
Fuck the reptiles. I can get behind that. I like more like a teddy bear type of guy.
Yeah.
I think bears. What's that? Maybe squirrels. I don't know.
Ooh, squirrels are so cool.
Giant squirrels. Yeah.
I'm gonna put a GoPro on one and see what the hell they do.
You were talking about that conversation with the guy at the head of Doing Things Media. How did that end up?
Well, I mean, I want to clear up a few things. Reed, the CEO of Doing Things, I actually think he's a good guy. I think that he was just trying to run a business. He saw what was working for his brand, which is very college-centric, very festival-centric. And he was right to think that journalism, and especially coverage of sensitive topics like COVID or, police brutality, would definitely not work on merch. You're not going to sell a picture of me interviewing someone at a riot like you would me interviewing a furry or a drunk dude in Alabama. It doesn't work. So it was a lot harder to monetize, not just because of YouTube censorship, but also just because of the sensitive nature of the content. So Reed was looking out for himself as a businessman. There was a different partner, well, I'm not going to say his name, that was more connected in Hollywood. I think he's responsible for the collapse of the show.
What was the collapse like? What was it?
So, right as the country's reopening, I get a DM from Eric Wareham, Tim and Eric. And I'm covering something called the UFO Mega Conference in Laugh Like a Battle, which is a beautiful Rivertown. And, he DMs me and says, let's make a show. And I'm like, oh shit, is this real? I grew up such a big fan of Nathan Purdue and the Eric Andre show. Those are produced by their company, absolutely. So I was like, hell yeah, let's do it. 3 days later, I get a call that says, Jonah Hill wants to hop on board. And I can't believe this. I'm still in the RV, and I'm laughing about it. So I'm like, Jonah Hill, super bad? Are you shitting me right now? So I was excited. And and Moneyball. Jonah Hill's a great actor.
Oh, he's great.
And
great all around.
Yeah.
And so the credit he deserves. I mean, he's got the credit right now.
So basically, just within a week, I assembled this super team of Tim and Eric.
Super bad team?
Yeah, pretty much. Of Tim and Eric.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
And yeah, we just pitched it around. Every single TV network rejected it. I don't know why. And they mainly did that because I was in this weird situation where I had signed a contract with Doing Things Media that I didn't realize was called a 360 deal. That's what they use in the rap world. Basically means that I can't do anything outside of them without them getting 100% of the money. So if I was to go work at Sbarro or Quiznos while I was working for All Gas No Brakes, they would get my $500 a week from the sandwich store. I was unable to earn any outside income. I didn't read the fine print because I was 21 and, like I told you, $45K a year RV sounds sick. And basically, the TV networks were like, why would we buy a show if the digital brand's going to be running at the same time? Because they didn't want to stop doing All Gas No Brakes to make a TV show. They wanted All Gas No Brakes to continue as a web show while All Gas No Brakes as a future TV show at Showtime or Hulu or somewhere like that was also concurrently running, which is impossible for one man to do. And so every TV network said, okay, we're not doing that. We want an exclusive rights contract. Next, oh yeah, this is crazy to think about. It all happened so fast. So Jonah Hill says, A24 Films wants to do a movie instead of a show. And they're going to let you keep the digital brand running. So this meant that I could keep doing my Instagram stuff with Doing Things Media / All Gas No Brakes while making an A24 movie with Jonah Hill and Tim. So it was just like, I was excited. It sounded perfect. So they said, okay, what do you want to make a movie about? And I told them, okay, here's what's going to happen in 2020. In 2020, if Trump wins, there's going to be riots across the country. The major cities are going to burn down. If Trump loses, the militias and his loyal supporters are going to try to have a coup in D.C. What I said. And I said, so I'm going to follow the lead up to whoever wins the election, and I'm going to document what happens after. So they said, okay. And so I was to begin filming in late October, during the campaign trail, maybe mid-October, up until November, and then in the following months to see what would happen. This meant that I couldn't film anything for All Gas No Breaks, the digital show, because I had to dedicate 100% of my time to making this perfect movie. Still, one of the partners at Doing Media was demanding that I not only produce the movie, but also have more content for the show. And I told them, there's only so many hours in a day, man, that's going to be impossible. And I said, if you want it to be possible, I can make it work, but I want to have half of the monetization from the show, 50% profit split, which I thought is fair. If you want me to do double work when I was getting almost nothing before, split me in on the profits. They fired us immediately. Me and my 2 childhood friends who I hired to work on the show, all out of a job. As we were filming for the now HBO project, we got our fire notices.
The guts on that person, because you should be owning probably close to 100%.
I think so, but they didn't see it that way because they figured we made the initial investment. We discovered him. Is how they looked at it. So it wasn't Reed, but it was the other part who wasn't Reed who said, "We have tons of verbatim." He said this. I have tons of connections in the comedy world. We can replace Andrew Overall. I'm not sure why he made that miscalculation. I wish he would have thought about it twice. I wish it didn't have to end like that. But it did.
Why do people do that? Like, what's the benefit of acting like that?
I think
you can part amicably without the drama.
I think all betrayal and anything like that is motivated by self-interest, whether that be economic success, social stability, whatever it is. They figured that because I was being such a burden and asking for the profit, that they could just release me and find someone equally talented, not split them into the
Honestly.
People think like that, man. People who are, the word I use is like sidekick syndrome. Like when people are kind of a part of the production, but they're not integral, they start thinking that the front man doesn't matter or something, and that the brains of the operation are actually the people on the periphery. And so they start to believe that they can just shift things around and the audience won't care. Not realizing that I was actually the one who created the show, and the lore of the show is connected to my rise outside of their jurisdiction, if that makes sense. Like the people who watch All Gas No Breaks watched Quarter Confessions and read the book. And so,
well, this happens also not just financially, but just the people that they're part of a team and they don't really contribute creatively to the team, and they force their opinion or pressure. Whether competitors or all that kind of stuff, or from sponsors or pressure to create. When the creator alone should be celebrated and have all the power. They're the ones that are creating the thing.
In a way, I have sympathy because I can't relate to that because I've always been the front man of my own projects. So I'm not sure what it's like to be from a content perspective. I don't understand the challenges they face. Maybe there was something that I didn't understand.
Sure. Well, oftentimes if you own a thing like this company, you do think about brand,
right?
And then maybe you have a big picture idea of what brand means, and that can be at tension with the creative project, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, freedom for the creators is the best kind of brand.
Yeah. I remember all 3 of us who worked on All Gas No Breaks got fired at the same time. And we were in the RV that Tim and Eric's company bought for us, which was a bigger RV, in the parking lot of a Walmart in South Philly. And the propane had just ran out, and it was 15 degrees outside. So like the RV was getting really cold really fast. And I just looked at my phone, and it was like, "You're fired." And I was just like, God help me. And I've had a couple moments like that, God does help me.
And they were always in the parking lot of Walmart, right?
Well, yeah. Although
I know that Walmart, by the way.
the one in South Philly is great,
Yeah, it's good.
but technically now you can't park it on me there.
Well, you're not a man who follows the rules.
Well,
You know what
the
I'm
thing
saying?
is, those Walmart, Cracker Barrel, and Big Five are supposed to technically all let RV campers park overnight. But if there's like a crime problem in the city where they're at, they can lobby individual Walmart lobby with the corporate. Right? So like all the Portland Walmarts, you can't sleep there anymore. Any city with like significant homelessness and like petty property crime, the Walmarts are a no-go.
Fascinating. So that was a low point.
Yeah.
And but from there, from the ashes, the phoenix rose
Over time. Yeah.
Channel 5 was born.
Channel 5 was born in the March of 2021 after we finished filming for the HBO project.
Oh, really? So you went all in on the HBO project?
Yeah, I mean, we filmed the HBO project from November 2020 up until April 2021. Damn near. We were just like, picking up the pieces, going back for individual interviews, stuff like that.
So let's go to that project. It turned out to be a movie called This Place Moves.
It's supposed to be called America's Shit and stuff.
Maybe you can tell the story of the film. You have, what's his name? I wrote this down. Joker Gang and Gum Gang. Is that correct?
Yeah, the opening scene.
The opening scene, two characters just talking shit and getting into a fight. And that was really brilliant how you present that as almost like a microcosm of like the division between the extremes of the left and the extremes of the right.
That's exactly what it was. You gotta be so tough.
Yeah, and then what I really liked is that the Joker Gang was kind of a little bit of a spoiler. I apologize, but at the end of the film was as a kind of voice of wisdom.
Yeah,
he seems the most sane.
He was the voice of wisdom. He like cut through it.
Yeah.
I also just realized that a lot of people are going to scream movie after watching this podcast. Which is cool.
Yeah, where did they stream it? On HBO Max.
Yeah,
it's such a pain in the ass, man. I wish we could all just pay on it on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
And HBO gets the profits or whatever, but like, I have to subscribe for every single thing. But yes, if you want to watch it, really, I recommend it extremely highly. Sign up to HBO or whatever the hell.
On a positive note, HBO is great to work with. Like, they're the most professional, like, respectful company I've ever worked with.
Yeah, HBO is great with some of the greatest like TV.
But even in the background, like, they get shit done. There's no they're some of the best heavy hitters on the team. For trailers, for posters, promotional apparatus they have. Super solid.
Did you get like good notes from people there? Like
a little bit, man, but
it's a truly original like documentary. Like, meaning like I just haven't seen anything like it. It's even like it's a likeness of the right kinds of moments. Like I said, there's this during here. That's like okay, that's like a non sequitur like thing as part of the storytelling. It kind of intensifies and reveals the absurdity of the division and how once like January 6th happens, like everybody like goes on to the next thing. Yeah, it's like what happened to us. It was almost like a delirium that everybody was participating in. Some weird, just like like people say, mind virus. Like all of a sudden we just got captured. Yeah, and people just like yelling at each other, doing the most ridiculous shit. And I mean, really, January 6th, the way you present it, especially, just reveals the circus of it all.
I mean, it really broke the fourth wall. That's how I would describe it. Because if you were at January 6th, the lead up, it felt like it was the beginning to of similar riots. But it just popped off so much that was it. You haven't seen it. It was supposed to be the second one on January 20th. It was the actual inauguration. That never happened. It was a crazy time to be alive and around, and especially the relationship that I developed with Enrique Tarrio, who's the former chairman of the Proud Boys. He's now facing 23 years in prison. It's like a trip because I went to his house in Miami maybe 2 weeks after January 6th. And talking to him, it seemed like he didn't think anything would happen. He was just like, "Yeah, man, that was crazy. I'm glad I wasn't there." Like, they're dumb for doing that. Even he doesn't think the election was stuff, which is just a mindfuck. It's like, why'd you get everyone so hyped up? It's just weird to think about how so many people's lives were drastic forever because of that just bizarre moment in time that will always live on.
Yeah, what did you QAnon as part of that story? What did you learn? about QAnon from that.
Just an all-encompassing worldview. A family that I talked to, called the QAnon family, but it's called the Spencer family. They were non-political up until the Stop the Steal movement began in September of 2020. And within 4 months, their entire life revolved around the mythology and lore of Q that I've never seen in my life. A psyop just devour people's minds in such an intense way in such a rapid period of time.
And I love how the kids in the movie are also the voices of wisdom. The Spencer family, it's the kid who goes through the full journey,
Yeah,
of believing, that whatever Hillary Clinton was a wizard, and just believing all the worst versions of the conspiracy theories, and then kind of waking up was what was the point?
yeah. It was heartbreaking to see his disappointment in his dad for even, following QAnon so militantly. Because he was like, I felt like they let my dad down. I feel like they let our family down. Because January 6th was supposed to be the day, according to QAnon, that the storm happens. And that the military is supposed to mobilize and arrest the members of the deep state. Clinton, Soros, all that. Trump was supposed to go into a helicopter, you know what I mean, and take control of the country back from, the swamp. And it didn't happen. In fact, the next day he was almost denounced. Now he doesn't, but then he did. And it was really, I think it hurt people's pride a lot. My friend Forgiato Blow, he's a Trump rapper. He describes it that way. So a lot of people's pride got hurt by the
Trump rapper.
Oh yeah, dude. Honestly, there's some pretty dope Trump rappers. I'm serious. Yeah, you would think oh yeah, MAGA, there's no rappers there, but there's rappers, and they do a pretty good job. They're good at delivering the messaging they want to deliver. Yeah, they think of stuff, and I'm like, that's cool.
Oh, they have some political depth to it.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, is there something more you can say about who's behind it? What's your sense of who's behind the whole thing?
I don't want this to sound rude or anything. I just don't care about QAnon. You know what I mean? I've put so much thought into it, and I just can't seem to care about it.
Was it almost a disappointment? Because to me, it was a thing that just captured a very large number of people's minds, and then it just kind of faded.
I guess that's why it just seems like it's gone, and the ideas of QAnon have just bled into mainstream standard.
But there has to be a kind of retrospective. That's the problem I have with COVID. A lot of stuff happened. Everybody freaked out. There's a lot of big drama around it. Now everyone's like, okay, forgot.
Yeah.
It's wait, what are the lessons learned? Has anyone learned any lessons?
Yeah. Exactly. What I'm saying is, I don't want QAnon adherents to see this and think I don't care about them. But as far as who is behind it, the damage is done.
Yeah, but what are the mechanisms that made it work? I mean,
what do you think about that?
I kind of think that these viral ideas can be driven by, and your film kind of shows this, by just a handful of people. They are not malevolent. They just want, and there's something sexy, there's something really sticky about conspiracy theories, especially extreme ones. You just kind of some of them can have this momentum, they capture the mind of a lot of people, and you just go with it.
Yeah.
And when I hear some conspiracy theories, there's something, a small part of me that kind of
it's possible, that QAnon is a psyop to distract people away from actually uncovering what the deep state is and who is truly running things behind the scenes, because the deep state is just the 1%. You get people so close to any type of class, and then you totally divert everything into lizard humans who live on the moon, and that Hillary Clinton is eating babies on camera, and QAnon did just that. They want to convince you that, one, there's no conservative deep state, which is even more, that Trump isn't connected to a huge, rich corporate apparatus of propaganda, and two, that the Democratic establishment is the only deep state, and that some middle of the road conservative, that there's no grifters or manipulators outside of that three-headed snake.
There's grifters everywhere.
Everywhere. Everyone wants to make money, dude. This is the world that we're in. It's in collapse. Everybody wants to make money, and engagement is the rule of law. So anything That's why these news organizations follow retention incentives. They want to make money by selling ads, so they try to create fear and constant division to enrich corporate media establishment. And you have people who are almost realizing, hey, it seems like Fox and CNN might be run by the same people and are tactically using these machines to keep us divided perfectly 50-50 to ensure that the power structure never gets disrupted. And then you get these people, you know who's going to save us? Donald Trump. That's the guy? How is that the guy? It's not the guy. I don't have TDS. I'm not an orange man basher who thinks about the guy all the time, but I don't think he's the guy.
You were shirtless, lifting weights, while whiskey or some alcohol was poured into your mouth by Alex Jones in this movie, and then you did the same thing.
That's true.
It feels like an interrogation. So Alex was a part of this film. He was like throughout the narrative. We had a great interview. What did you learn about interacting with Alex Jones when making this?
For one, he's the exact same off camera as he is on camera. And, he told me that all real Americans die before 58. He mentioned Sean Connery and a few others. And how old was he? Getting up there. Yeah, I think early 50s. I just found it fascinating. I mean, how nice his studio is. I mean, the guy's got like MSNBC level setup. I actually had a great time with him. I mean, it's bizarre because having him in that movie created so many problems. And when I interviewed him, you know, I didn't necessarily portray him in the best light. You know, we joked around a bit, but it wasn't an Alex Jones hit piece necessarily. But I like to think that I was a bit critical of him in the film, especially the ways that he antagonized his supporters to storm the Capitol or to follow that trajectory. He told me when I met with him, he was like, "You think that having me in this movie is a good idea, but you're going to have some serious backlash because of that." At the time, I was like, "It's fine. It's all good. We're just hanging out, drinking whiskey, doing bench presses, drinking Jameson. It's all good." It was, first of all, I had to campaign to get him in the film because the studios were like, there was a bizarre time around, like, I think it was 2018, where deplatforming was the big thing people were encouraging. They said giving a platform to problematic ideologies will in turn expand their reach, and so even extending your platform to someone who's problematic is helping them, aka destroying humanity, whatever it was. So that was the whole thing. And when I did this media training, it was, you know, mandated by HBO. It was all training and how to defend from that exact question. They said, when we put you on NPR, we put you on CNN, they're going to ask you about platforming problematic ideologies. And you're going to have to say stuff like, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I believe that extremism only goes away when you shine a light on it, because leaving it in the dark will only allow it to grow. They gave me like 15 pointers. I didn't use any of those pointers because I'm not the kind of person who wants to be media trained. I like to speak freely. But in the promotional run for the film, you know, when I went on CNN, this was a crazy experience. So I went on CNN, and thankfully, my friend was with me. And so I'm on CNN, and
by the way, your friend was showing the sunglasses laying in the cops.
That's Larry
It's like a mix of like the dude from Big Lebowski and the Black Cat role in True Romance.
Yeah.
You know that reference?
No, but I mean, I'm sure it describes Larry.
No, like
it kind of looks like Brad Pitt.
Yeah,
yeah. So HBO had a press tour set up. And the main ones were CNN and HBO. So they said, we're gonna go on CNN on the Don Lemon Morning Show, and he's gonna ask you about your life, what led up to the movie, what we can expect. So I get in the studio. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. I had a show the night before. I'm groggy-eyed, whatever. They put the lab on me. Boom, I'm live on CNN Sunday morning. And he goes, "How would you describe Enrique Tarrio's mental state in the lead up to the Capitol insurrection?" And I'm looking around. I'm like, "Is this guy serious? Like, am I sandwiched in the January 6th hit piece right now?"
Yeah.
I thought it was about me.
Yeah.
And so I told him it's not about Enrique Tarrio. It's about how companies like Fox, MSNBC, and even your station use the 24-hour news cycle to enrage people, to generate ad revenue, to pit Americans against each other during times like that. And he said, there's nothing fake about CNN. I didn't say you were fake news. I'm not saying you're lying, but you're directly antagonizing and stirring people up against half the country because you need money to support a dying platform.
You said that.
Pretty much.
Right.
And, you know, my mom was watching and she's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. And so he goes, why don't you extend the platform to Alex Jones? And I go, I don't know. I just wanted to drink some Jameson and lift some weights with him. You know, I'm just, at this point, I don't support that kind of media. So, you know, I didn't give them much information about Alex. But it was very awkward. They never posted the segment online. When I got off of that interview, I had a handler for A24 assigned to me. So I had someone with me, and you could tell she was flustered. Like, she was furious about what I just did. And so she goes, I just got an email from Time Warner C-Suite. And I go, what's Time Warner C-Suite? She's, I don't know if you know this, but the same people who own CNN own HBO. Time Warner. So they canceled my press tour. So my press tour was finished. You know, all the late night shows that I was supposed to go on, like the late night shows. That was off the table because they were worried that I was like a loose cannon, I think. And then the only remaining appearance I had left was NPR, and that was supposed to be a premiere. There wasn't supposed to be an interrogation. There wasn't supposed to be anything. It was supposed to be a premiere in front of a live audience where they watch the film and I show up after for Q&A. So I'm like, all right, whatever. It's kind of weird. They only have this one press opportunity left. I kind of felt bad that I ruined the entire press tour by confronting Don Lemon. But at this point, I wanted to just do this final, especially because it was a viewing. And I was like, cool. I sat in the audience. I watched people laugh to the film. It was awesome. So I go backstage, and there's an NPR journalist waiting for me. And nothing against people who wear masks, but she had two N95s. And I'm not, two N95s. It's over the line. So I go, hey, great to meet you. She doesn't shake my hand. And I go, why not? And she goes, you've been around some people who I don't want their jobs. And I'm like, okay. Weird. I thought this is a sort of like fun premiere for my movie. We sit down. The first thing she asked me is, how do you think the Sandy Hook families would feel about you platforming one of the most despicable Americans in history, Alex Jones? In front of a live audience. NPR never published this. The only reportings of it are by a fan named Rob in Boston who put it on YouTube, vertical phone footage. And I'm like, well, the Sandy Hook family's lawyer, Mark Bankston, who represented them in court in Connecticut, told me specifically that Leonard Posner, the father of Noah Posner, who died at Sandy Hook, was a huge fan of the film. And so I said that to her, and that kind of just like silenced that conversation, but the rest of the whole conversation was just about exploitation and why are you platforming mentally ill people and giving a platform to conspiracies like QAnon? Don't you feel like you're a part of their spread? Some would call you a misinformation reporter. All this crazy stuff. And yeah, next day.
Fuck all those people. That film, just in case you don't get a chance to see it, you should. You're critical of Alex Jones in the most artful way. Like, it was the correct way to be critical. It showed him to be more interested in the grift of it.
Yeah.
And you didn't do it in a pointing fingers and like saying in the kind of NPR way that you just mentioned. It's more like a human way. Like, this is tragedies happen all over the world, and these grifters, they roll in and they take advantage in interesting ways. And human beings get swept up on either side of it. And it's revealing the humor, the absurdity of it all. And it was done masterfully. It was like, for people who criticize it for platforming Alex Jones or whatever, the film, from a political perspective, probably leans very much left, like heavily left, but does it without that exhausting energy of like judging, right? Just this kind of, two lefts kind of judging.
Yeah, and it just when all that was happening, when I was under fire from the mainstream press for platforming Alex Jones, I thought back to what he said to me. And doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, but he told me, you're going to be in trouble with these people if you did. And it wasn't too bad of trouble, but yeah, I do think sometimes what the film would have been like without him. And I think that it was worth it because the scene is so funny to me, and it brings me back to a different time in my life, and I'm happy that scene's out there.
I think it was really well done.
Thanks, man.
The layering of it all, the entertainment, plus not considering from his perspective the consequences of like rallying people up in this way. That it's not just. I mean, you really highlight this in the interview. Like he keeps saying it's InfoWars. Then there's always kind of a sense that InfoWars could turn to actual like civil war, and but maybe not. Maybe it's all just a circus. Like we play for each other.
If you look at the speech he did on January 5th, it was said he said tomorrow, millions of patriotic Americans will take our country back.
Yeah.
So he eggs people on, and then when it gets hot, he steps away.
Yeah. But like you said, the thing he told you, he turned out to be right.
Oh yeah.
And the frogs are becoming gay.
They've always been gay.
Well,
saying frogs you're straight isn't crazy.
I've read stories where you kiss one and becomes a prince. And that's just 100%. You think Alex believes what he says? If there's everything he says on InfoWars, like how much of it is real?
He's right about like big tech censorship. I think if he's right about anything, it would probably be the heads of big tech colluding together across company lines to deplatform certain people. He's right about that. I think most of the things that he says follow the question everything narrative, and everything is kind of like a conspiracy or like a plot or a false flag. I think that he's built up a following for so long that wants him to do that, so I think he'll question things that he probably thinks are relatively straightforward because that's the shtick of the show. I mean, the InfoWar is fighting misinformation, and people want to see him be that guy. So to a certain extent, if you're a creator who supports your family, you do follow economic incentives, and people want you to be the character, and so you're going to naturally gravitate toward being it.
Do you feel that pressure yourself?
I did years ago, not anymore. I feel like now I can speak freely and really say what I want to say in my new life. But when I was younger, yeah, I felt like I had to be this sort of awkward, sort of amicable, aloof guy who just didn't think anything about anything. But now I feel more confident adding some narrative and voiceover, things like that.
So for some people, especially who publish on YouTube, the YouTube algorithm, they can become a slave to the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and I definitely feel that sometimes. I know what works for me, but I like to think that my audience appreciates when I try new things. I'm not totally enslaved to it. I mean,
yeah, I'll try not to pay attention to views, or
you get some high views, so I'll report that for you.
No, I wrote a form extension that hides all the views.
So you took it to that level.
Yeah, just this is a drug, man. And I'm also a number guy, meaning like you give me like if I do 30 push-ups today, tomorrow I'm gonna try to do 35. Just like enjoying number go up. Like that's why I like video games, like RPGs, like where you're like improving your skill tree, you're like getting an extra point. And there's some aspect of YouTube and other platforms, any other platform. Like, ooh, I got more today than I got yesterday. That's really, really dangerous for me because it influences how much I enjoy a thing. Like, if nobody gives a shit about it based on the numbers, you're like, oh, maybe that wasn't such a great experience. I thought it was a great experience, but maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, honestly, I do actually feel that way sometimes. Like, I'll put out something that I care about a lot, but if it doesn't get as many views, I'm like, all right, it must not be as good as my higher view videos or whatever.
Yeah, that's just like not true though.
Yeah,
and it might mean like on YouTube that your thumbnail sucks or something like this, or however the algorithm works. But I mean, that's the thing I'm battling against to make sure I ignore all of that. It's actually something Joe Rogan has been extremely good at. He gives zero shits.
Yeah. I think it's easier to do when you're really successful.
But he was doing that when he wasn't successful, really. But anything, he just follows like the stuff he enjoys doing, and legitimately enjoys it. He happens to be really good at it, but he gets good because he's doing the things he really enjoys and like full on passionate about. And that's why he'll have like ridiculous guests. Which is,
and just like
this shit he enjoys doing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Maybe I'll one day try to do that. For now, I'm too attached to like the gratification of getting a million views a day, stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I beat that or something.
Well, it's a worthy enemy to be fighting because it's a drug, and it's one that should be uh, resisted for a creator. Because I feel like you can do negative stuff to your mind as a creator.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Anybody that controls you is not good.
A lot of people are controlled by their audience. They don't have to have a puppet master on a corporate level. Audience incentive is a different type of, I don't want to say slavery, but
yeah, it is. And that's why variety is good. And you're doing that.
Yeah,
I was just better. Well, let me just zoom out on this. You made a film.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a great experience, man. I mean, it was awesome working with Tim and Eric, awesome working with Jonah Hill, same about HBO and A24. Everybody that I worked on the film with, I had a lot of love for, and I appreciate this. My first movie, it's a big deal. Like,
it's a good one.
In my head, it's like I finally got to make the transition from YouTuber to filmmaker. That was always this psychic barrier that I felt like I had to jump over.
There's just the way it's shot, the humor that throughout it, just the narration that you're doing in like a shitty director's chair. That was really well done. Whose idea was that?
It was actually Tim and Eric's idea. There was a really great editor named Clay who works for Absolutely, and they did all the editing pretty much in the office. And so it was Clay's idea to add a retrospective chair.
Yeah, just like starting with the absurd fight and then going like, oh, that's a good way to start a movie. Just really, really well done.
Thanks.
What about Jonah Hill?
Great guy.
He believed in this.
He did.
So what's that like? What do you think is behind him believing in such a wild project?
I think that Jonah Hill has a good eye for like what's cool amongst the younger folks. Like he's into skateboarding stuff. That's why he did that film mid-90s. And I think he probably saw a similar thing in what was going on with All Gas No Brakes. And was like, shit, this could be big. And so not only did he actually fund the film, he also gave me his agent. And I forgot to mention that it was Jonah Hill's lawyers that he gave me for free that got me out of my contract eventually, freed me up to speak about what happened.
So he was also part of you kind of gaining your freedom.
Yeah, in a weird way. Like, even though him and I don't talk that much just because he's doing his own thing, Jonah Hill is like a huge factor in my current success and just like everything that I've been able to accomplish.
Just on your own politics, is it fair to say that your politics leans left?
I'm not really sure sometimes. You know, I like to think that I am socially left. Like, I think people should be able to dress and act like however they want. I don't believe in restricting people's social freedoms. Economics-wise, it doesn't seem like leftist economic policy works very well on a city funding level. Like, if you see what's going on in California, it seems like the city leadership is handling the funds in California too. So I don't know about that, but I don't know. I don't really see myself as left or right. I just never have.
Well, if you just like objectively zoom out and don't have an insane standard of the extremes, it feels like a lot of your work leans left.
I tend to lean toward like the empathetic perspective, which I do think is more on the left than the right. But I'm not into like super like PC stuff. You know, I don't believe in limiting free speech either. I believe in a free internet, which I think is more embraced now by conservatives.
But it does seem that, maybe you can correct me, I get the sense sometimes that the left attack their own very intensely.
It does happen. But every community has terms of exile. I mean, think about what happened in the conservative realm. You know, like when Black Rifle Coffee Company like denounced Kyle Rittenhouse. They lost a lot of money too. Like, it's not the right attacks its own too. I mean, think about Bud Light and stuff. Like, I mean, you know, like every community has terms of exile. You just got to know who you're engaging with. You got to make that decision carefully.
I mean, that's if there's an actual write-up of the things you're not allowed to say for each thing.
Yeah.
I wonder whose list would be longer. It just does feel like the last list is a little
like,
longer.
If you're a conservative and you have a T-shirt with like a demon on it, like, say goodbye. You know what I mean? You know, there's certain stuff that they freak the hell out
of. And conservatives are really concerned about pedophiles.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like pedophiles either, but I don't think about it all the time.
Because one of the things you do in the film is kind of confront one of the QAnon folks, where his concern is that everybody's a pedophile, and you show to him.
Well, calls himself a pedophile hunter and makes videos exposing Democratic elite pedophile cabals. Is himself a convicted child molester. There's an old thing that people say that every confession, every accusation is a confession to a certain extent. So like it's bizarre that some people's whole life after a big mistake will revolve around trying to seem like the good guy instead of taking accountability for themselves.
Yeah,
it's a common thing we see all the time. Like neighborhood watch people. You know what I mean? Like, what made you that? You know, like, what did you do, bro? That you feel like you have to get karmic retribution by doing the reverse? I don't get it.
Yeah. Do you think, to the degree of bias that affects the journalism?
No, but with the migrant situation, I don't know.
What was that covering? Yeah,
like I just got a lot of hate from conservatives for like letting the migrants tell their stories about their journey and stuff.
Well, what did you learn from just going to the border?
I mean, just the sheer desperation that the citizens of the world are in. I mean, there's people who truly believe that America is the only hope for their success and to feed their family, and I think a lot of them are kind of getting catfished.
Meaning America has its problems too.
It has severe problems. There's extreme poverty here.
But in America, like if you just compare to other nations, the level of corruption is much lower, to where the opportunity for a person to succeed, to rise, is higher.
I wish success on everybody who comes in. But my thing is the expectation that they have and the sort of American dream propaganda they've been installed with isn't necessarily a reflection of contemporary American reality. So I'm talking to people who speak no English and say, I'm here for a better life. I go, where are you going to go? They say, I have no idea. And I'm like, man, that's tough. And you almost think, how bad are things elsewhere for someone to abandon their family, make this journey across multiple continents, and end up here with no plan? And it just made me realize how sheltered I am to a certain extent as an American. And walking back what I said a little bit, because I was just trying to make a point. What I think of as bad poverty, like let's say West Baltimore or Ninth Ward, New Orleans, is nothing compared to what's going on in almost half of the world, if not more. And so it just made me zoom out a little bit. Sometimes you forget about third world poverty when you live in, and you get programmed to believe the worst things that are out there is like Kensington, Philadelphia, or Tenderloin, San Francisco. But those are just microcosms of more or less functioning cities. Despite what they might lead you to believe, Philadelphia is a great place. So is San Francisco. But there's places where everywhere is really run down.
Yeah, like people focus on the major cities in the United States, like homelessness. Somehow that's a sign of a fallen empire.
Right.
But that's a problem. There's definitely it reveals some mismanagement of cities. And
I mean, homelessness in Seattle and San Francisco is for sure a result of the housing crisis, especially post-COVID and all the gentrification that preceded it. And it's unfortunate now that the conservative media is saying, like, look at Biden's America, as if Biden created homeless people. And it's just disappointing because, once again, you're seeing the media use real issues that should concern every U.S. citizen, causing people to point fingers at a different political party as responsible for the suffering of others.
Do you think January 6th can happen again? So all the lessons were learned?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people got really screwed over.
Don't you have a sense that there's a greater and greater growing questioning of the electoral process and all this kind of stuff?
I think that Americans overall are very comfortable with our standard. I think people like going to Sonic and waiting in their car and getting milkshakes, and people like going to the AMC theaters, and they like going ice skating and mini golfing and going to the bar after work. I don't think that anyone wants a collapse of the basic structure of the country. Even the most politically divided don't want to see 7-Eleven go away. We are so comfortable. If you look at other countries, even Europe, look at how they protest. And look at the Arab Spring. Those guys were talking like January 6ers, and they actually took control of the government.
Yeah.
And so think about, even if the MAGA crowd took over the Capitol building, it's just a building. I don't know. I just think that Americans, when they talk about Civil War stuff, it's just we're so far from that even if the rhetoric is as divided as it is. Yeah.
For it to really happen, it has to be, there has to be a level of desperation.
There has to be a level of economic desperation that's causing people to starve, or some basic resource going away, water, something like that.
Who do you think wins, Trump or Biden?
In the Civil War,
No,
you know, but the
in the game of Mario Kart. No, in the election 2024.
oh man, I have no idea, man. I don't even know if I'm going to vote.
It's weird that this is our choice.
I know. I wish people were more focused on city politics. Like, I'd rather vote yes or no for a bike lane in my neighborhood than I would for the president.
The local politics to you is where it is.
I think the
you
future.
feel it. Yeah.
No, I mean, your vote actually matters. Let's say you have a community of 500 people and you live in Henderson, Nevada. You can influence whether or not there's a bike lane, or if it's going to be a playground, or an AM/PM. Choose, and you can influence 100 people to choose, and boom, this is your community. You can't influence the result of an election.
Still, those at the presidential level, it sets the tone of the country. And so Trump running again and Biden running again, it just feels like there's going to be a lot of questioning of election results.
I just can't believe those are our guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really our guys? Like, that's where we're at. All these smart people we have in this country, with great history.
We got Joker Gang versus Gun Gang. Where'd you find Joker Gang?
Well,
is he a legit juggler, or is he just...
No. Joker Gang is like a Miami dude.
Oh.
He's Joker 305, or always Chico alive. So I have been following him for a long time on Instagram, because he used to post videos of himself like popping Percocets and smoking blunts in the toilet freestyling. And so I had followed him for a while, and then I finally got this platform, and I said, oh my God, I bet you now get 1 million followers. Joker Gang will sit down with us. And lo and behold, the clout did its thing, and there I was, face to face with the man.
There was a controversy a year ago where a woman came forward and said that you were pushy with her. You respected the no, you got the consent, but you were pushy about it. Looking back, can you tell the story of that? What are the lessons you learned?
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to speak on this for a lot of reasons, mostly because it was a hard time, and it's a sensitive subject, and I've wanted to prioritize the reporting, but I think that now I'm ready and able to do so. Everything sort of started on December 30th, 2022, and that was the release date of the HBO project. Like I told you, we didn't know when the movie was going to come out. We weren't told that it was going to come out on that date until early November. It's like, oh my God, here we go. We got a movie coming out. HBO, I didn't even know it was going to be them. So every day for those 50 days before I received word until the movie announcement, which is the movie release, was like, I was like a kid waiting for Christmas morning. You know what I mean? It was like every day I saw the movie release date as the first day of like the rest of my life. And so I remember the week of the movie release, it was like every day I was like, oh my God, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days. And when it became 2 days, like I was so excited and so like honestly anxiety riddled, because it was such a massive platform, that I went out to the desert by myself out in the Mojave, got a hotel, and just kind of sat there. And then the movie release day comes. It was supposed to come out at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I remember it was like 12 hours left, 10 hours left. And then 8 minutes before the movie at 7:52, or I guess it was sent at 10:52 East Coast time, text message requesting a portion of my fat HBO check to contribute toward apparently years of therapy bills that this person had accrued after she says that she felt that I pressured her into giving consent years prior. And I was confused, not only because of the timing, but because this is someone that I hadn't seen in years or spoken to in years, and I presumed that I was on good terms with. So I didn't respond to the text message. And then when I didn't respond, about 7 days later, this person made some TikTok videos and, with the help of some friends, launched an online campaign that got picked up by the press pretty quickly.
So what did you feel like when you got that text?
Well, it's tough because on one hand, I'm not opposed to restitution being part of a private accountability process for real abuse. You know, like if you've hurt someone to an extent that it took them out of work or something. Like, I think they're entitled to some money. But unfortunately, as I later learned, this person had legal counsel, and this was an attempt to basically create evidence by extracting a confession from me to use as precedent for a civil lawsuit to the tune of a couple $100,000. It's dark. Yeah. How did you meet this person? Well, I met them when I was 22, and like I told you, I was living in an RV, making this show called All Gas No Brakes, and I would travel between cities like every other day, and so I would basically pick a new city, and I got in this like pretty bad habit of what I would say is essentially treating Instagram like a dating app. I would go to a new place, I'd post my location, I'd surf the DMs, and I would look for like fans to meet up with. It wasn't always girls; it was just people to party with, because I was also partying every night. But a lot of times, ended up being girls and stuff. And so that's kind of how the situation was. I didn't have sex with this person. Had a consensual encounter that they reached out to me about 2 weeks after, saying, "Hey, I don't want you to take this the wrong way." But looking back, I felt a lot more pressure to agree than I realized in the moment. I don't think this is any viewers. I just think that you came on a bit too strong, and I didn't want to let you down, so I gave in. And it was that language made me feel horrible, mainly because if this person had told me, "Hey, I don't want to hook up," I would have said, "Yeah, of course not. Well, I don't want to hook up with someone who doesn't want to hook up with me." And I think that as fame increased during that time, I think I was just kind of oblivious to how people were seeing me, especially those who had a digital relationship with me prior to me knowing them. And I don't think that I handled that the right way.
Well, thank you for taking accountability. But just to clarify, you got consent.
Yeah, I was the initiatory party in an interaction with a fan who felt that she had to say yes because of, I'm not sure why. I don't know why, but like I said, this person also disclosed to me they had a history of childhood trauma and were actively being treated for PTSD, and that they felt things moved too fast for them given their situation. And so I told her, I said, "Hey, if you want to reach out, if you want to talk on the phone, I'm always here for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me know if we can talk further." About 6 months after that, I was at Sturgis Bike Week, and I remember this day. This was the hardest day. I was just chilling. I got a text from my friend that said, "Hey, man, I'm getting canceled right now." And I was like, "What do you mean? Like, did someone find an old tweet or something? What are you talking about?" And I opened my phone, and there was this Instagram story of me. It was like the ugliest picture of me you can find. It was like my face open. It was like screenshotted. And it said, I remember this specifically because I just couldn't believe it. It said, "The ugly loser who hosts All Gas No Brakes is a piece of shit. He knowingly abused my friend and got away with it. If you follow him, I'm going to message you and ask you why." So this person who I don't know, I didn't even know who that accusation was coming from. They emailed every production company that I was working with, DM'd hundreds, if not thousands of people, like just saying that like I was this piece of shit. And I didn't even know who this person was. So I was frantically calling and texting like every person that I'd seen intimately for the past year. And they're like, "Hey, are we on good terms? Is everything okay?" And I figured out that the person was coming from Florida, and I knew who it was. And so thankfully I reached out to the original person who I had the communication with. And I said, "Hey, like, I think this might have been you. This might have been your friend who posted this. Are we good? Like, I'm sorry." I apologized again. I was like, "Listen, I feel bad that you feel this way. I want to do anything that I can to help you. Again, I apologize." And she said, "Apology accepted. I'm sorry. My friend asked if she could post on my behalf. And I'm sorry, I was going through a lot mentally, and I saw your fame increasing, so I agreed to let her speak on my behalf." And we made amends in private. I said, "Okay, I'm here for you. Let me know." She said, "Apologies enough. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me." And that was 2 years prior to this text message being sent to my phone 8 minutes before the movie. So naturally, I wanted to go on my platform to talk about what was happening. But I also didn't want to mess up the rollout of the movie, you know. And so the PR firm was like, "We got this. We'll handle this for you." And that was, I guess, by way of a TMZ thing that said Andrew Callahan is devastated. I'm not sure why they thought that was going to make people be in my favor, but
Yeah.
It was just a picture of me on NBC that said Andrew Callahan devastated by allegations. That was their plan, I guess, to show that I was remorseful or something. Yeah.
How much of this do you think lawyers kind of pushing this when money and fame are involved?
Well, I wish I could say the lawyer, but I just can't. It was involved in this. But I will tell you that I try to lean away from resentment and toward accountability completely. What was my role in this situation? How can I never make someone feel like that again? What can I do? What changes can I make to make sure that one, I never treat someone this way, and two, to never position again.
Well, again, thank you for taking accountability.
And the main reason I talk about that is because it wasn't just that person. There was multiple people who made videos reporting similar behavior. And so it's obvious that that was a pattern of behavior of mine. And so I made the apology video to announce that I was taking some time away because I just needed time away. I mean, my entire support system collapsed. My friends at the time disappeared. I was getting like obituaries texted to my phone that were like, "Hey, it's been nice knowing you. It was great to see you grow. Good luck." You know, like I was dead. And yeah, I got dropped from my agency. No one gave me tough love. No one called me to ask me if I was all right. It was just only everyone disappeared in a week.
Again, thank you for taking accountability. But I just hate how many cowards there are out there. Like, when people hit low points, is when you should stand with them if you know their character.
Yeah, and it was just it was hard to separate like the initial situation that I knew was more or less a setup and the possibly genuine other accounts. And so it was like, all right, you know what? At this point in my life, I want to be on the right side of history. I don't want to be the anti-cancel culture mouthpiece. I don't have the mental strength to fight this, especially because I was envisioning the HBO drop to be this like the world opens up to me moment, and it was just the reverse. But the it wasn't so much the media reporting on it that hurt me. It was just little stuff like a childhood friend that you love seeing they unfollowed you on Instagram, or just like seeing someone on the street that you grew up with, like waving at them, and they don't do anything back, and you're just like, this is my new life. What are you supposed to do? Thankfully, I somehow 2 weeks after, I met an amazing partner who I'm still with to this day. And I was able to conquer my two biggest fears, which is monogamy and dogs. I was terrified of dogs and terrified of having a girlfriend. Now I have a girlfriend who I love and two dogs. So
What was the lowest point?
well, right after this happened, I entered like a recovery programs. Started with AA, but then I found a more specialized program that dealt with the issues that I was doing. I'd say the hardest point was logically deducing that the lives of my loved ones would be better off if I was gone. You know what I mean? And thinking that my mom and my friends, that their life would be better if I took myself out of the picture. And for one, I just figured, their friends canceled. Her son is a disgrace. My family's going to think they raised me wrong. My friends, I'm a social pariah now. I'm a burden. I'm better off dead. And the hard part was, I would read stories and books written by parents who lost their kids to suicide. And they reported feeling a lot of anger after the suicide. So I tried to think of what's the way I can do it to get the least amount of anger on behalf of the people who would grieve. Because the hanging someone will discover you. So I figured drinking myself to death will be the way to do it. And I wasn't able to. Yeah, that was just a dark place. I remember hating the people who loved me because I knew they would grieve, and that made me mad. That makes sense. Like I was ready to go. I had no will to live. But their grief was, I didn't want to cause that. I didn't want to hurt them. So I was like, I hated the people who loved me because they were stopping me from taking my life. weird to think that like when I was going through that, if you walk by me in the street, I look like a normal guy. And so now when I walk around and I see people, I think to myself, you have no idea what that person is going through. You know, like it's crazy that so many people are suffering in like complete silence, and they don't wear it on them. You know,
Many of the people you talk to are probably that.
Yeah.
Many people you've interviewed before all this and after are probably going.
And I also thought, if I could write down what I just told you on a piece of paper, and then I was to do it, and then they found the note, they would take it more seriously because they would know that I wasn't lying.
Yeah.
But then, you know, if you do it, it reduces the lifespan of your parents by 50. So I looked at it like I was taking time away from that.
Well, thank you for the most part leaning towards accountability. It's the right path to take. What advice would you give men that look up to you on how they can be good men, especially in regard to women?
If you have any kind of platform, you know, whether it doesn't have to be famous on Instagram, it could be like if you're a pillar of your community in the culinary world or whatever it is, just be hyper aware of that and remember that you are inheriting a power dynamic that can create situations where there might be some pressure that you don't even realize is there, but it's definitely there. And you just have to be aware of that. And two, when meeting new partners, having hookups and stuff like that, just try to have a trauma-informed conversation about their past. Really know the experiences and the backstory of what a new partner has gone through in that world of intimacy. Whatever they're comfortable, to share, obviously. But I would advise against one night stand. I would advise against hooking up with someone that you're meeting for the first time. Those conversations prior, because even though it might sound like a vibe killer, it's not. And if you think that conversation is a vibe killer, you probably shouldn't be in that situation. Especially now, how hypersexualized things are and how common that type of violence is. You need to be able to have those conversations and stop and say, hey, tell me a little bit about your past. Is there any triggers that make you uncomfortable? Let me know how I can be the best partner to you. And I'm sure that college age people are not having those conversations, but I'm sure that it would go a long way.
So, especially when you're young, college age, you don't have enough experience to be able to read a person without having that conversation. Because a lot of times you can see the trauma without explicitly talking about it.
Yeah.
That takes experience and knowledge and seeing the world. When you're young and you really don't know shit, making things a bit more explicit is probably better.
Yeah, and also like as men, we're trained to believe that it's our duty to be the initiatory party in any type of like sexual encounter. Like, oh, like man chases woman. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be the one to make the move, and like she's playing hard to get if she's resistant to your first like compliment or something. I think that that's not always how it has to be, and that extra caution needs to be placed if you're taking the initiative role in an interaction, especially if someone has a traumatic background. They might agree to do something with you because they're scared, and you might not realize that's what's going on. But because you don't see yourself as a predatory person, you don't see yourself as someone who would ever consciously make someone uncomfortable or cross a boundary. But people have histories that you might not understand. And for me, as someone who doesn't have much, honestly, like childhood trauma or anything like that, it's been an interesting year for me working in therapy and elsewhere, understanding how that affects the mind. And also I understand hurt people, and that someone with a traumatic background isn't going to have sympathy for applying that traumatic pain to someone else, even if that person isn't the cause of what put them in the spot.
If we can go back to Channel 5, can you tell the origin story of that?
Yeah, I mean, Channel 5, during the Orgasmo Breaks days, we used to tell people that we were called Channel 5 if we wanted them to stop antagonizing us while we were filming. Because every town has a Channel 5. So when people were like, what's this for? If they were being super rude and like trying to get in the camera and be hella obnoxious, we would just say, oh, we're Channel 5. They would be like, oh, my grandma's going to see that and they'll leave us alone. So Channel 5 was a diversion tactic during Orgasmo Breaks. And it just so happened that we were in Miami Beach one time, and this kid came up like drinking liquor, like trying to yell about like whatever they yell about him. And we're like, bro, this is Channel 5. Be careful what you say.
I was like, for real? And he just walked off. And I said to my friend, that sounded pretty good, right? And Channel 5. And he goes, it's not pretty good. He's like, that's got to be trademarked, though. You know? It's not trademarked. It's crazy, right? There's a Channel 5 in every city. Channel 5 KTLA, Channel 5 Seattle, Como News. Dude, Channel 5 itself, we own it. Because no one's thought of something that simple. Because you'd think you'd have to specify. We own channel5.com. Dude, yeah. It's awesome. So it was the same kind of scary as the previous thing. Yeah. What was the first one you did under the Channel 5 flag? Miami Beach spring break. I think I've seen that. And it's gonna be a callback. I think somebody mentioning eating ass there too. That would be the place. I believe that. There's only about 5 places in the U.S. where people yell about eating ass all the time. Bourbon Street in South Beach, Miami. 6th Street in Austin. Broadway in Nashville. And I'm just going to go ahead and say Times Square. You might not think it, but Times Square, really? Yeah, yell about ass. I would say Beale Street in Memphis, but it's not. Oh, yeah. I mean, Beale Street is like that. The median age is too high on Beale Street. Oh, this is a fascinating portrait of America through that specific lens. So, Miami Beach. And then, how would you describe your style of interviewing? It's not only that you've collected so many. If you had a style, how would you describe it? I guess before, especially, it used to be like deadpan. Now I would describe it as more directed, but still relatively affable, agreeable, deadpan interview style. Yeah, there's like in the face of absurdity. Yeah, you're just like there with a microphone. There's a comic aspect to it, and that's intentional. Yeah, I used to look at the camera like Jim from The Office back in the day. I don't do that anymore. What about the editing? Like, well, how do you think about the editing? I still do most of it, but Susan helps me out too. So, yeah, the editing style, like I said, we pioneered this editing style that honestly was inspired a bit by like Vic Berger, but we took it to real life. Crash zooms, kind of chopping up vocals a bit to add comedic timing where it didn't necessarily exist. Like you might add 2 seconds awkward silence with like a ringtone, or you might really fast by cutting silence and switching frames. I mean, switching camera angles. But now we try to be pretty straightforward because we want to be taken seriously. You know? Yeah, sure. What's crash zoom, by the way? A crash zoom, the artificial zoom you might add in Adobe Premiere, where the camera zooms in on someone's face. Where's the resolution? The resolution is not there unless you have a black magic cinema camera, which you don't. We don't use those. The file size is too big. The file that's the only constraint. Yeah. Okay. So, and you also do voiceover storytelling. I think the first time I really did that was in the San Francisco Streets video because there's so much content about San Francisco, homelessness, everyone shoplifting. But there's not that much context in those videos about the history of San Francisco, the housing crisis, NIMBYism, random zoning stuff that sounds boring but has a major role in the current situation on the streets there, as to why the Tenderloin is neglected by police and by the city council and the other neighborhoods like Nob Hill, Beach are so nice. So I added that purposely to the San Francisco video and then also to the Philadelphia Streets video to accentuate the reporting and add some historical analysis. What's your goal with some of these videos, like the Philadelphia Streets one? Is it to reveal the full spectrum of humanity, or is it also to tell a story that's political? Number one is always humanization. That's the primary goal. To take people in circumstances where they're often and remind the public that these are people with lives and concerns and dreams just like you. But secondly, we also want to start introducing more solution-oriented journalism. So not just, oh my God, I'm becoming aware of how horrible this is, but what can you actually do to help? And as you can see with the Vegas tunnels video, people are responding pretty positively to it. Like, here's how you can maybe help a homeless neighbor, help get them an ID, help them qualify for housing, get a job at the scrapyard. There's always ways to help. But so much of the YouTube world is oversaturated by just like endless videos of people. The comments are always like, wow, it's so horrible. What does that really do? You've interviewed many rappers. Yes. Did you keep? There's a lot to it. Yeah. Can you explain this drill rap situation? What is drill
It's an
rap?
evolving situation. Drill began in 2010. Some people say it was Chief Keef in Chicago. I think it was King Louie in Chicago. But I think all of it was very influenced by Waka Flocka Flame, who dropped an album called Flockavelli in 2010. Hyper violent, adrenaline boosting rap music made by people who were actually in the streets. So in the 90s, you had 50 Cent, you had rappers rapping about like whatever gangster shit, selling crack and beating people up, but they weren't actually doing it. Drill has a true crime component to where drill fans want to know that the person rapping about catching bodies does in fact kill people. So drill is it's pretty horrifying. It sounds great, but it started in Chicago, then it spread to England, and now it's bounced back to New York. It's just like the Bronx and Brooklyn specifically, and spread from New York to the rest of the country. So now there's probably a drill rapper every 4 months.
So these are, as opposed to pretending to be a gangster, killing people, you get some credibility by actually doing it.
Yes, and the fans are typically not in the communities that are affected by poverty. So they're kind of like superheroes to white kids. It's dark. And not just white kids, but just anyone who's not in the hood. Not necessarily a race thing. There's white drill rappers too. Slim Jesus was a big one. He's out of the picture now. But there's white drill rappers.
Slim Jesus. You made a video on O Block.
Yeah.
What is O Block? The place, the culture, the people.
O Block is a housing project in South Chicago, in the Englewood area. Michelle Obama grew up. It's also where Chief Keef was born and raised. I don't know if he was born there, he was raised there. And he is the forefather of modern drill music as we know it. So these are the projects where drill began. It's also the first place where you have the intersection of drill music and true crime, because O Block has a lot of rappers, and then nearby is an area called St. Lawrence, aka Tukaville, which has a lot of rappers as well. These two rival drill gangs basically have a lot of history, and it connects to music at large.
So you've interviewed people there. Was there any concern for your safety?
No, I mean, I think that O Block has calmed down a lot. For one, it has security, so you can't even really get in and out. But two, I think that O Block's trying to rebrand itself a lot, because it could be because Lil Durk's avoiding a RICO charge. Could be for a variety of reasons. I know you don't know exactly what that means, but
tell you what year they were born.
Lil Durk?
Rapper Lil Durk is affiliated with O Block, and a lot of people have been murdered in retribution for killings that Lil Durk may or may not have influenced the ordering. But anyways,
And Lil Durk documented the killings in
no,
via rap music.
okay, I know you don't know about drill, but Lil Durk was associated with a rapper named King Von, and King Von perhaps paid for the assassination of a rapper named FBG Duck, who got killed in Chicago's Gold Coast. It's possible. The O Block 6 are drill associated, not rappers, but shooters, and they, perhaps operating on King Von's behalf, went and killed FBG Duck. King Von was Lil Durk's artist. King Von's not dead. So there's definitely a concern that some of the Fed charges will fall on Durk. Not sure if that's true, but it's rumors in the hip hop community. The O Block right now, and when I filmed the video, is trying to go through a major image rehab. If you go on any Instagram of anyone in the O Block, they've all converted to Islam. And so they post pictures of themselves praying in the morning and have captions like, "Put the guns down, let's pray." So I think when I went there, they saw it as a good opportunity to do a positive rebrand. And so I interviewed a rapper named Boss Top, who was there all the way back in 2011 when Chief Keef was coming up. And so he basically ensured my safe protection. But he didn't even need to. They're all very friendly, and they know exactly what's up with YouTube stuff.
I like how 2011 is the
Oh, yeah.
the founding fathers.
I was in 8th grade.
Oh man, time flies when you're having fun.
It sure does.
Lil Durk. Where's Lil Durk now?
Atlanta.
He left Chicago. Not safe.
Yeah, I mean, every rapper has to leave their hometown. That's what I did.
It's a journey.
Seattle would have taken me out, bro.
How's your? I mean, you do interview a lot of people. I mean, that's like a top comment, but it speaks to the reality of the fact that you always find somebody rapping, or you, yeah, create the space for people to rap. What's that about?
I don't know,
they're-
man.
but they're usually really good.
You think so?
I appreciate it
Well, hell yeah, man. I mean, rappers,
in their own way.
since I touched the microphone, rappers have gravitated toward me. I think there's something happening.
You're a rapper whisperer.
I think there's something happening on a deeper cosmic spiritual level
Yeah.
that lets the mind of rappers know that like they have a safe place in front of our camera crew.
You have an interview with Kurt Mack.
I do.
Who's?
He's in jail right now.
Oh, he is. Is that a hashtag?
Yeah, for sure.
What? That's an intense interview. People should go watch all your interviews, but that one is the insane. I was a little afraid for your life.
Kurt Mack's the safest guy in the world.
He's a sweetheart.
Oh, definitely, dude.
Yeah, well, that's fun.
I feel like more safer on Kurt Mack than I do on any given pedestrian.
Yeah, he was loud and flavorful. Yeah, I should say. So, who's he? What's his story?
Well, his name's Trevor. He grew up in Ontario, California, in the Inland Empire. Moved to Texas with his mom after his dad left. His mom started dating a cop from Houston, man, Mr. Gary.
Living the dream. How you living, man?
His mom found Mr. Gary getting anally put.
Did you? I saw you started your own server. Good on you, man. I joined. What's new with you? Are you a gaming one? All right, is that a good thing? Excellent. Good for you to stream it. I love to watch it. Have you ever tried, instead of using Discord, the app, which is very heavy, just using it in a browser, which is much lighter? I do think so. It seems to work a lot better. A lot better. Excellent. What's that? I got you. What's your favorite part about it? Okay. Do you feel like it's better than RuneScape, old school RuneScape specifically? Very cool. And you said you're getting a new battery in it? I got you. I got you. So you did what you did to do it. I got you. And you, yeah, you said it's added. I don't know. What's the difference between a guild and a clan?
The people same thing.
That's what it's like.
Except they call them different things. It's a good game. So it was a plan, but on online it's called the yeah, it was I don't know. I don't know what the difference is. One thing pushing it on and two of and then they stop on the number of orders but they would so it's all same hard
Wow. Are you thinking that once you get your computer back, you're going to play any other games?
yeah, I've played more of the thing was Steve with there's also something like that. You have to do it and then like 3 to 4 months or 4 to 5 months depends on time find like another game you can buy.
Yeah. Do they have good deals on them?
Yeah, they are free. So I usually have I have specific price after drawn like so I think that's good.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Yeah,
Any good games that you've gotten um, on which you've gotten a deal?
so every time you know like uh, yeah, yeah, every time online sale, I I'm always asking how to so yeah, it's always a good like and when you get the studio body character more of right, so you need to buy like another more for another house
Oh, wow.
that yeah.
I think that I don't like. These games basically pay to win.
It's not people like you need to pay that means that you have to buy a subscription like I think it's around $12 or so
A lot.
for a month. Yeah,
Lots of pretty expensive.
yeah, but it's you play it as much as possible, like
All right.
getting money for like like a lot.
I gotcha. Do you
I
think?
think they make it kind of like at the most that all you remote games have to start from the kind of like that it starts the game alive.
Do you? Like, have you ever played like Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, I know. The games by games by by particular game by whatever game was
Do you ever play like FIFA?
I used to take my friends to the
Yeah.
game that
How was it?
uh, uh, I don't know if I'm not that good but I guess the thing is the kind of type of yeah, the
Do you ever play like emulators?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't know the that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I my case, so I would like to,
I got you.
yeah, just, just kind of, there's like so many types of people who think so, it's no competition, that never know who that people, they, complex voice, that they do it, like, the take of on, and also, that kind of, and then there's the people, and
Would you say? Do you ever? What are your favorite console games?
Yeah, and cable was a lot of
What's your favorite old school game?
uh,
Old school, like Super Mario Brothers, all the oh, that's the baby.
Right? So I don't know. It's probably something like that. We don't project or something like that.
There was that Junior card now?
Yeah.
Wow. Was it
Uh,
was it interesting?
back then I never feel like they were any but all the things I guess about how
Rossi. Bear with me, I need to make sure. I'll be right back.
Penetrated by a coworker, and so she booked Crip Mac a one-way Greyhound ticket to LA where he joined the Crips.
It's a good story.
You know, it's true. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm just saying, but he's a classic case of somebody without a father figure who found camaraderie and sense of belonging and purpose in the street gang, which in LA is like a rule of law in most of the city.
If you get more context, we're talking about martial arts and fighting, and he's got to work on his punching form.
I think so. He gets into a lot of fights in jail, though. From what I've heard, he wins
He does
about half of them.
what did he go to jail for now?
Firearm possession was a probation violation.
Oh,
Too bad. All right. What the Philly went to the border,
Occupy Seattle protests. You went to Ukraine.
Yeah.
What are some interesting things that stand out to you from memory? Just as I asked the question. Some interesting.
I mean, I was in jail at the border for a while. That was horrible.
What was that like? Was that your first time?
Yeah, well, I didn't know that I couldn't hop my own border as an American. I'm thinking, this is my country. I can get in any way that I want. Wrong. You can only enter the U.S. through an official port of entry, which I learned the hard way because I got arrested by Border Patrol and held as a detainee at a migrant center for 2 days.
What was that like?
Horrible. Which aspect? I mean, well, for one, I don't know. It was just to be in a place like that, and I probably sound like such a wimp right now because I know someone's watching this who's done some hard time. But we thought we were going to do at least 6 months in jail because the guards freaked us out and were like, "You're being charged with a federal crime. You know what you boys did is serious. We're waiting on word from San Antonio about whether or not we're going to extradite you." So we're just sitting in these cells alone, most of the time in solitary, no pillows, just
No pillows.
no mat, nothing, just a space blanket. I was sleeping on my shoes, stinking up the place. It was no good.
You mentioned the UFO convention.
Yeah.
What have you learned from those guys, the ufologists?
I really want to know what you think about that. That's the one question that I want to reverse on. Because you've talked to so many people. Do you think that aliens have actually visited Earth?
Yeah.
When?
Right. Exact dates. I think there's alien civilizations everywhere. I talk to a lot of people that have doubts about it. I just think, you would suspect there's a intelligent alien civilization in our galaxy, and I just can't imagine them not having visited us. So I lean on that. What that actually looks like, I don't know. The stuff we're seeing in terms of UFO sightings, I think that's much more likely. To the degree it's real, it's much more likely government projects, so military, Lockheed Martin, this kind of stuff.
So you think that they have knowledge of it?
Yeah.
One thing I think about aliens is scale. So we have this idea that an alien would be a gray alien, almost humanoid lookalike that would visit us in human form, arms, legs, head. Who's to say that they're not able to shrink down to microscopic size with the same nerve capacity?
Yeah, or just have a very difficult to perceive form.
But I mean, that they would go small, not big.
No, I think they would take a humanoid-like form just to be able to communicate with humans. I think that the big challenge with aliens is to be able to find a common language. So if you come to another planet and you suspect that there's some kind of complexity going on that looks nothing like humans, you have to find a common language. And I think aliens would try to take physical form that's similar that us dumb humans don't understand.
Language is really interesting too. I have this series that I'm going to announce for the first time on here, but I'm really interested in endangered languages in the U.S. There's like 150 languages in the U.S. with less than 1,000 speakers.
Wow.
And I want to help spearhead efforts to preserve some of these. Like, for example, Hawaiian Sign Language, 15 of those people. Holy shit. Because when Hawaii got annexed, the ASL community tried to make it so the deaf native Hawaiians wouldn't be able to speak their native sign language. And so they would do it under the desks at schools for the deaf and blind. And they would get their mouth washed out with soap and stuff if they so much as did the Hawaiian hand signs. Also, the Gullah Geechee language in the South Carolina Sea Islands. Hilton Head Island and stuff, that's like almost a Creole language. It's been in the U.S. for hundreds of years, existing in isolation. That's being threatened by golf course development. I don't know how into language you are, but I've been getting super nerded out about it.
Actually, I'm interviewing somebody tomorrow who's an expert in language. He's from MIT, studying the syntax of a lot of languages, including in the Amazon jungle, the peoples that live in the Amazon jungle region. Yeah, it's fascinating. Different language is fascinating, and also the barriers it creates, and also how the games are played. What you're speaking by government. This is part of the story of Russia and Ukraine. Is a battle over language. The Ukrainian language is a symbol of independence, which is why they were trying to make it the primary language of the nation. And so sometimes the language represents the culture and the peoples.
Yeah,
That's like intricately tied to the culture of the people.
I've been trying to learn Navajo.
Which language do you know?
Spanish and English.
Spanish what?
See,
I don't know Spanish that well, so that's wait. You're fluent. Hola.
that was good.
Yeah.
That was real Cancun spring break.
I actually speak fluent Spanish according to Spotify because there's every episode is translated, overdubbed by AI in Spanish. Yeah, there's a
You have a
very
Spanish robot?
I have a Spanish robot. I sound like incredibly intelligent and intellectual in Spanish. And make
Go to
it
Friedman.
exactly. Uh, from everything you've done, all the people you've seen, do you think most people are good? Underneath it all.
Yeah.
So the ones that do all the extreme shit.
Okay, I'll put it like this. Most people think they're doing the best thing for the world. I don't think anyone, except for maybe a small fraction of sociopaths, wakes up every day and says, I'm going to fuck somebody's life up today. I think the far majority of people are fighting for what they think is right and do want to see America succeed and want us to be in a happy place where no one is subjugated. I just think people have drastically different ideas of what means will get us there. And unfortunately, that's leading to a lot of misunderstandings between cultures. And yeah, I think that most people are good. I've been through some things that lead me to believe that a lot of people, though, are primarily motivated by self-interest. And that in a fight or flight situation, most people will choose flight. So I don't know if people are courageous as a whole, but I think generally good. But the energy to stand up for what's right, I'm not sure about that.
They have the capacity, though, to do good.
I think human beings are inherently selfish as well. But I don't think that selfish is inherently bad. I think humans are primarily motivated by self-interest, but generally have positive intentions.
I do hope more humans rise to the occasion and have courage. Courage in their convictions, courage to have integrity. But yeah, I think that most people are good. And they want to do good. And they have the capacity to do a lot of good. That's why I have hope for this whole thing we got going on. How do you heal the misunderstandings between people?
Listening. The only option we have. No forced education, no like forced meetings or mediations between political opponents. Just listen to more people and really listen. Try to get rid of whatever preconceived notions you might have about how you should feel about someone you're supposed to disagree with, and just keep your ears and your heart open to people that you don't know, and your life will change. Keep your heart open. A lot of people are scared to listen.
Well, Andrew, I'm a big fan, and thank you for being one of the best listeners in the world. And showing the full spectrum of humanity to us so we can listen as well and learn. And just thank you for doing everything you're doing.
Hey, man, thanks so much for having me on. You're a great man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew Calican. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Hunter S. Thompson. The edge. There is no honest way to explain it because the only people who really know where it is are the ones who have gone over. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. if I hate you, that's great. But if I have a story to support that hate, one of your favorite words, jihad. That's my favorite hobby. It doesn't matter now who do you vote into power. They will not listen to you. They would listen to the people who paid them to be. When the military came in, people were walking to me like pointing the fingers, like, don't speak about this. Don't speak about the army. No, we love you now, but don't you do it like that. So I called John Stewart, just like, I don't know what to do. He said, no, I say, if you're afraid of something, make fun of the fact that you're afraid. The following is conversation with Bassem, who's a legendary Egyptian-American comedian, the so-called Jon Stewart of the Middle East, who fearlessly satirized those in power, even when his job in life were on the line. Bassem is a beautiful human being. It was truly a pleasure for me to get to know him and to have this fun, fascinating, and challenging conversation. This is the Let's Stream podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bassem Youssef. Your wife is half Palestinian, and I've heard you say that you've been trying to kill her, but she keeps giving kids as human shields. So, have you considered negotiating a ceasefire?
Well, the thing is, every day, every minute of the day in a married life is a negotiation. Everything can blow up into a full-scale war, starting from a simple sentence like, good morning, what should we do with the kids today? What should we do with that piece of furniture? Any sentence can lead you to heaven or to hell at the same time.
You do negotiate with terrorists.
Oh, yeah. And for her, I am prepared.
It's equal. Terrorists on both sides. On a more serious note, when you found out about the attacks on October 7th, what went into your mind?
If I'm allowed to use a curse word, that if I was like,
As many as
like, part of my stand-up comedy is I describe a situation where I was in a restaurant with producers. There was a bomb in 2 blocks away in Chelsea. It was like hour 60. And of course, this is the like, damn, what's gonna happen to us now? And there's like 2 different reactions. There's like the white reaction, which is like, oh my god, I hope nobody is going to it's terrible, I hope everybody's okay. And there's the Arab reaction, which is what is his name? What is the name? You know, because you know what's gonna come. It's kind of I was scared what's gonna really happen in that area, and it's like, oh my god, it's gonna be horrible. And the way that it was reported, I didn't know how to handle it. So I went into hiding for a few days, 3 or 4 days, and I talked about Piers Morgan team talking to me 2 times, 3 times. I was like, no, I can't. How can I defend that? How can you defend the raid? That you can't defend the raid, whatever. And then I started kind of looking into it, and then I started seeing people coming on the shows and saying things that I know as an Arab, as a Muslim, as someone from that region, that it's not true. But I didn't know what to say, how to say it. So I said, by the 3rd time when they asked me, I said, like, fine. And I went there to mostly about figuratively speaking, the suicide mission. And because it's a lose-lose situation. I can lose stuff and tell you. I remember my manager's like, listen, be careful. Are you sure you want to do it? My manager's just like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. And on the other side, if I don't perform well, whatever well means, I'm gonna be rejected by my own people. So it was a lose-lose situation because whatever I say, it will never be enough. Whatever I say will not be good enough. And I was going into there, and I felt that I was going into a trance for the 33 minutes that I was on that interview.
you blacked out.
I blacked out. And a lot of people ask me, is the earpiece, was that a bit? And the earpiece kept falling. Like, no, it was really falling off and it disconnected, and I had to save it because I cannot see them. All I can hear, I can just hear them. And I could be expecting at any time, okay, Bassem, thank you. Like, I was fighting for every second to say words to stuff like that.
If people don't know, this is your conversation interview with Piers Morgan. And you can see,
I could say just like, well, let's do the camera. And I was
it was
like,
it's a real dream.
yeah, hello, Bassem.
hello, what's up?
And it could end at any moment. Your career and everything.
Everything, yeah.
So what was the
Drive that got you to actually do it, to overcome that fear. Multiple things. First of all, I don't want to say it's just my wife's family because my wife's family has always been there, but this time was different. The bombing, the attack, they usually all of those people that they're away from everything when that whatever happened in Gaza, they are always in safe places. But this time, it seems that there was no place safe, and already we heard about like 2, 3 of the cousins and the uncles already lost their homes. So this was too much. So I wanted to say something for those people because I know that I made one of the jokes that I made of it like, oh, it's Hassan, her cousin, he's a loser, he's a dog, he's a dog, and he every time a hospital was bombed, we were worried. So I wanted to say that because I felt that this is a family that I've never seen in my life. No, he actually hardly saw an income too because we cannot do it. But I said that I need to speak. At least I do something for those extended family I have never known. But also because when Piers Morgan team called a couple of times, said, okay, let's going on with it. Watch this stuff. And the lies and the one-sided reporting that made my blood boil. And then I thought, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of if I say something, I can lose my career. It's like, wait a minute. But that was the reason why I left Egypt. I said, wait, I left Egypt. I came to the United States. I came to the land of the free where I can say anything I want. And yet I have limitation of what to say. I mean, I thought we left that shit behind. I mean, what's happening? And I understand the connection of like how sensitive it is when you speak about Israel and all of the regular accusations. But as an Arab, as a Muslim, I don't react the same when you talk about Saudi Arabia or Iran or Egypt or any of them. It's okay. I mean, you want to diss some of these countries? I'll do that with you because I have strong opinions about them and I've already been expressing them. But that's why I speak, and there's a lot of Jewish people who come to my show and they understand that. They understand the separation. But that kind of a grouping of blackmailing people and saying and not saying what they have in their mind, it is that kind of like one of the things that kind of like pushed me to go on the show.
The thing that was bothering you, was it what was being said or how it was being said?
Both. Because there are lies, which is usually in the media, but there was a total disregard. You talk a lot about in your show about human suffering. And I felt that here the human suffering was not. I felt that's why I came up with this, like, what's the exchange rate today? What's the exchange rate today? There's of course it's terrible to see anybody die. But I feel that isn't our life not worth it?
Yeah, you had a chart when it came to crypto.
Yeah.
From an investor, you were analyzing from an investing perspective, of course, in the dark.
So that's how I
And you were saying that a certain year was a good year.
Yeah, 2014.
2014 was a good year from investment purposes. And also to refer to the family member that you called a loser, you were saying that you called him, had a conversation with him, and he keeps saying that he's not using anybody for human shields. And you called him a loser. What do you can't even give a
liar. He's lying because I have to be. But this is what the one thing. It's like it's also one of the things like how it was said. It was stuff that I've been hearing. I don't know what turned on my head, but it's stuff that I've been hearing all my life from the media. Israel warns civilians before bombing them, and that's okay. That's not okay. Israel is trying to minimize the civilians but killing them anyway, and that's okay. But that's not okay. So it is kind of like the indoctrination that we've been hearing as if it is okay, and then suddenly it's
there's a kind of several layers of bullshit, almost sometimes hiding the obvious horror of the situation with kind of politeness and all this kind of stuff. Just the basic values. That said, it's a difficult situation. What would you do if you were Israel? BB called you, awesome, big fan of your comedy. First of all, would you hang up right away? Would you hear him out?
no, definitely hear you.
was like, that was like, wait a minute, that's material. That's material, man. It's like, so the email called me. I was sitting with my family, just like, my phone is like, I'm picking it up.
Yeah, it just shows up that way. I mean, what would you do? What would you do in this situation?
To answer this question, we need to understand how Israel thinks. There is an incredible speech given by Gideon Levy, a famous Israeli reporter, Haaretz. And he describes a situation where he was in the West Bank and there was a checkpoint. And in that checkpoint, there was a blanket with a Palestinian patient. And it was there sitting for an hour and a half. Nothing. Then he went to talk to the soldiers, like, guys, why are you not letting them go? It's like, no, let them go. And then he told them, imagine if he was your father. And the soldiers stood up. It's like, what? These are pigs. These are not humans. So when you tell me what would you do if Israel would do, it really needs to, we need to ask, how does Israel look at the Palestinians and view the Palestinians, because they do look at them as they will. And there is an incredible talk by Nicole Meyer. He was a Holocaust survivor, and he said, I learned in Auschwitz when I was there in the concentration camp that in order for a dominant group of people to dehumanize another group, they need first to dehumanize themselves. And Israel looks at Palestinians as lesser people, as lesser beings, as some people who are dispensable. And the way that they treat them is that they don't really care about, like, that's why that they exchange rate. So for me, if I am Israel, it would be like, what would you do if you're the United States in the time of the Native Americans? They were killing people with the needle. When you dehumanize a group of people, you really don't care. So if I was Israel, I would do exactly what Israel is doing right now, because there's no one who's holding me accountable. There's no one stopping me. And I can get whatever I want throughout my history. Throughout.
I think a lot of the things you just said are a tiny bit slightly exaggerated. Let me try. Let's try. So not everybody in Israel. So let's look at several groups. So people in government, IDF soldiers, and citizens that are neither of those. And not everybody of any of those sees Palestinians as less than human. Just some percentage. But what percentage is that in your sense?
It's the people who have the power.
So it's mostly the focus of your commentary. When you say people in Israel, you really mean the people in power.
The people have the power. But as much as, like, of course I mean the people power, because when I speak about it, even when I speak about America, I speak about people in power. When I speak about Egypt, I speak about people in power. Because, like, in countries, you talk about the 100 million people in Egypt or the 11 million people in Israel. Of course not. There are people who go in and they demonstrate against Netanyahu and they don't like the government. But we have to admit that the Israeli society, as a whole, have moved quite a bit to the right. And has been, like, many extreme. And you know what happens when you go to the right, when you go to the most extreme, the other person goes to the most extreme. And it breeds extremism. So thank you for the clarification, but, like, I really want to get people out. When people criticize the United States, they're going in Iraq, of course, I'm not criticizing citizens.
You made another point, which is an interesting point, and it's very difficult to see in the heart of people. But I wonder if you look at the average Palestinian and the average Israeli, and they look at the other, do they have some hate in their heart? Well, everybody probably has some. What is that amount? You know, when you look at a person that lives differently, how much hate is there?
It depends on what is the living situation of each person. So in the Berlin Film Festival, just like a couple of weeks ago, there was an Israeli and a Palestinian receiving an award together. And the Israeli director said, we're going to go back to Israel. He's going to go to the West Bank. He will have no rights, and I will have full living rights. These people managed to work together and be friends, and they have empathy to each other. Now, the average Palestinian, it's a very difficult question, because is it the Palestinian in the diaspora, or the Palestinian in Gaza, or the diaspora in the West Bank, or the one in this citizen as a citizen of Israel who still have less right than a Roman or citizen of Israel, a Jew? And it really depends. There are people Arabs in Israel who are having a great life, and there are Arabs who are having a miserable life. But definitely people that live in Gaza or in
the West Bank is kind of like on the lower tier of the living conditions. Now let's talk about the hate. What does that Palestinian see from the Israeli? The Palestinians see oppression, limitation, freedom. They have, and then when there's something happens, you see the full force coming in, destroying their home, taking away members of his family. There will be absolutely no reason for him to love that. The Israeli, because he doesn't have the power, but he lives under his government. All he sees is the rockets or whatever, but like he sees the reaction, and he doesn't see what happened to those. And as humans, we are selfish. We see what really affects us as humans. And I cannot even imagine what it would be like to live as a Palestinian. And I'm not going to talk about Gaza because everybody talks about it. But let me give you an example. And I'm not going to talk about the 12,000 kids killed in Gaza. Let's talk about the 4 weeks in the West. March 4th, Amr Najjar, age 10, sitting next to his father, shot while he's sitting behind him. Mohammed Ziad, 13 years old, March 3rd, shot in front of a UN school while he's sitting on his front. Mohammed Jamin, age 15, March 2nd, he shot while standing in front of his storefront during an entry. February 23rd, Saeed Jordal, he was killed by a drone fire. February 22nd, Fadi Salman, killed while standing in front of the top of a Red Cross group. Nihil Ziad, February 14th, Valentine's Day, killed a shot in the head while leaving school. February 11th, Mohammed Khattour, US citizen, killed while being in a parked car. And Mu'ad Shams, February 9th, killed right in front of his home because a military car came reversing back to him, and then somebody opened the door, shot him, and leave. This is a daily life of people in the West.
What is the justification the idea provides?
Terrorism. Or I don't know. I mean, you cannot really say like human shields, but they would say like they were throwing rocks. There was a guy who went on Chris Rock, and he said like his son, a U.S. citizen, was killed, and like they were throwing rocks. So we killed him. Even though they were throwing rocks, we killed him. But the thing is, you see, this is how easy for them to get rid of things. I mean, I love like I have to say I prepared a little bit for the podcast because you are in tech. So, and I am ignorant in tech. There is a movie called The Lab. It is directed by an Israeli director called Yotam Feldman, and he talks about how the military industry in Israel is very advanced. And what is really mind-boggling is in that movie he shows how the military tests its weapons in the field in urban areas of Palestine. It is heartbreaking. You know, as a doctor, there's 5 stages of trials. There is like there's discovery, preclinical, clinical, and then market and then post-market evaluation. You know, FDA approval and then FDA post-market. I just did it. And he interviews people and said, like, where did you test it? And they tested in the field. So when you just like when human life is so cheap and it is so indispensable, it gave me a visceral reaction because you know we as this has been actually the state of humanity has lived and survived and thrived by actually killing each other. But there was kind of like we were removed. People in Greece didn't know what the Alexander the Great was doing. He was killing a Pelagian, and we call him the Great because he was killing. He was conquering. He was invading. Julius Caesar, all of the greats, he was doing. But killing was different. Killing, you have to be with your enemy. Then you go back, catapults, then cannons, then a little bit back, and then you're kind of like starting to promote. Now you're killing people behind the screen with a button, with a push of a button. You know. A lot of people say terrorism. They killed you with a knife. Killed one person with a knife, shot you. That's terrorism. But if you fly a $64 million F-16 and you drop up an A-84 bomb that costs $16,000, that's not terrorism because it's remote. You're behind the screen. So what happened? What Israel is doing? It is removing itself. Like America took drones. And then when you push someone to be in. They always brag about bombing them to the Stone Ages. What happens when the screens and all of the obstacles that you have been put between you and those people that you have treated in this way, when this is a breach and you come face to face, you will come face to face with what you have.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things you just said. And one is the methodology of killing. If you want to look at some horrific large-scale killing, people often talk about the Holocaust. But that's visceral. You can look at Holodomor by Stalin, where the murder is through starvation.
By Churchill in India.
Churchill in India, uh, the Great Leap Forward by Mao.
Yeah.
So starvation is a thing we don't often think of it as murder because it's quiet, it's slow, and the interesting thing about starvation is that the people don't complain as they're dying because they're exhausted. That's one. And the other is the value of human life. It does seem that every culture has a unequal valuation of human life. So those two things combined create a complicated um, military landscape of the world.
Yes, but the thing is that how we would look at technology as the savior. And if we talk about how AI disrupt. And now, if you go, we talk about like going to the West Bank. The people in the West Bank walk and they don't see humans. They see people shouting at the towers or behind the screens or doing, and they have like biometrics that is developed by Basel system, like it's done by HP or the Amazon who are like part of Project Nimbus, and you see InDivision developing all of this like metric and surveillance and all of that stuff. And then you have like something like the gospel that like people have actually said that the gospel can actually create a target list using AI and give you a green, yellow, or a red to go, oh, go ahead. And now AI is not just disrupting the market, it's disrupting our humanity. And it is, we became so comfortable killing people from afar, killing people with a push of the button. And now it is like, it's like dating apps, you know, when you swipe left and right, and right, it becomes so like cheap. It's not like meeting someone. It's like, it's like a lot of fish in the sea. Same with AI. Boom, 500 people. Boom, you kill. So easy, so easy. It's so easy, and then it's so far removed from you. You put these people in this condition. You have literally put them in a different universe than you. You are behind in your air-conditioned screens, like pushing them, blowing up a university. It's amazing. But then you meet what you have done. That you meet the Frankenstein that you have created. And then people are like, oh, look.
You just gave me this image of a dating app from hell, where leaders are just sitting there, kind of swiping left and right.
Invade.
Yeah, that's great.
It's boring. Like puppet government.
Yeah, and then turn off the phone, go to sleep. So I got, I traveled to the West Bank and I messaged you offline. I loved the people there. Just, I've met a bunch of people like that in Eastern Europe where I grew up. Like the flamboyant, the big personalities, all of that. I also met a person who's in charge of a refugee camp who was shopping IDF soldier. And I'm not sure the words he said are important as the consequences of the thing that you mentioned, which is the deep hate in his eyes. Didn't feel repairable at all. It was pain. It was like a foundation of pain, and on top of that, a hatred. And I was like, wow, this is what you kill. You kill one person. This is what you create.
Because we have kind of like a front row seat to what's happening. We think we're in it, but we can't really grasp it. I mean, people say, oh, we're just going to go in, get Hamas out, and we're going to get them back in. And what if the people get back in? How do you think they would look at you? What have you created? What have you done? My show in Egypt was all about propaganda. It's all about the use of words are very important. The decapitated babies were not shows randomly because because you see, it plants a certain image in your brain. Imagine if we're going in, what a baby can do. It can smile, cry, and poop. It's absolutely fun. When you tell people, "Oh, they are ready," you're so animalistic, they didn't see the babies. Women, great, of course, it's animal too. And they would go through, and they would, what was very frustrating about the conversation is the gish galloping. The gish galloping. So you see the distractions. You see what happens? Like, what's the proportion response? Can Israel defend itself? Not for me. Does Israel have the right to exist? Because it babies. Great women. Why don't the Arab countries take them? Why don't the Muslims kill Muslims? Happen in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. See how they kind of distract you. They throw little things that you don't know what to do. Or the ONU, the UN, anti-Semitic, October 7th, October 7th, October 7th. And suddenly you are distracted and pulled into discussing all of these little things. And you're not discussing what's happening right now. It is basically stuff giving them time to do what they do. So there's a degree to the propaganda and the beheaded babies and all this kind of stuff that is so over the top that it shuts down actual conversation about actual wrongs, war crimes on both sides. It's overstating it to where everyone on social media and everywhere in the press and everywhere is arguing, almost become desensitized to actual horrors of death, which are more mundane. They're not so dramatic as beheading babies. Yeah, because people, a baby is shot but like a knife blade goes through the skin, decapitated. Just like he's dead. Now you go in to stay, so great. And that's why
you have made me laugh at the darkest shit. You're such a beautiful person. Your dark humor is just wonderful.
But you see, this happened to Jews before. Remember the blood libel? Where did the blood libel come from? From these rumors that Jews suck babies' blood. This is what they did to them.
What's in the cup?
That's a very delicious flavor, but this is what you do. You tell people something, and it happened with the Native Americans when they were here, when they went in and they wiped a whole tribe. So and Jewish people, one of the minorities that were persecuted and had this used against them for a very long time, and it is terrible and it's terrifying. It's been used again.
So I just did a very debate on this one. And the really painful thing from that was to the historians. It was deep. It was thorough. It was fascinating. But in constantly asking about sources of hope or solutions, there was none. There was a sense of a really dark sense of it's hopeless on both sides. It's hopeless. So I look to you for a source of hope. Is there any hope here? Solutions, short term, long term.
Obama has kind of summarized this beautifully in his book. He said the reason why the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is one side has so much power and the other side have absolute zero power. And that's what Obama said. He said, you have Israel that basically doesn't listen to us because they're supported by people who are bigger than the president, bigger than the institution. They know that they can. I mean, Netanyahu was caught on tape many times saying, he's basically belittling Americans. We control 80% of the population. We don't care. And this has kind of a very challenge, kind of how we happen. And there's nothing really that compels Israel to give up anything. Because at the end of the day, what is compromise? It's I give something, you give me. Israel's not giving anything. And they project that on you. So, for example, how many times have we heard Palestinians were given 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 chances and they said no to them? And yet, when you read the history, that's not the case at all. For example, in 2000, the whole idea about Arafat walked away from Oslo. That didn't happen. And there is an incredible video by, what's his name, Joe Scarborough with Misha. And they were hosting her father. Brzezinski, he was the national security advisor. And Joe Scarborough said, Arafat left the Oslo Accord and the Palestinians. And then Brzezinski said, this is like embarrassingly shallow. It's like, listen, what happened was there was a lot of catches on the Oslo court. It was very unfair to the Palestinians. So Arafat said, like, I agree, but I need to take it to the Arab capital. And they went to inside, and they went to Sharm el Sheikh. They came to Egypt, and he and Hugh Barak went to there, and then Barak left because there was election, and he lost the Ariel Sharon game, and it was destroyed. This is one of the reason why people. It's kind of like facts don't matter as much as what is the narrative that you control.
Well, what were the biggest barriers to peace there? Do you think it's fundamentally leaders don't want a two-state solution, or was there nuanced small differences that, if solved, could have led to the two-state solution?
I mean, maybe there was a certain point when the Israeli leaders were more open to compromise. But I can't say that because each time Israel gives back land, it has to be after some use of force. The 1973 war, the Intifada, the first and second, the casualties in Gaza, they never give up land willingly and because of peace. Because if I have that much military, I can do whatever I want. Why would I give up anything? I have that much power. Why would America or China give everything? They're so powerful, and especially if they have this kind of ownership from the United States. So it is really about what can push Israel to give up something, because you are so much stronger than what could compel you to give up something. And this is why the whole thing about like trying to equalize Palestinians and the Israeli state and government, it doesn't make any sense.
What is the source of hope? John Stewart, who we'll talk about from many angles, somebody you admire, a friend who he proposed a two-state. Look to the comedians for hope.
Yes, well, everybody's talking about the two-state solution, but Israel has said many times on Netanyahu and then it's like there's going to be no state solution. They in the past was like even Naftali Bennett, he came in on the art talk. It's like, yeah, maybe in the past we wanted two solutions, but like, look, every time we give them land, they kill it. So no state solution, and they were openly saying
That's perhaps rhetoric.
rhetoric that is supported by action. Because look at what they're doing in the West Bank that you said. They are cutting it, illegal settlement, piecemealing it. So if you have an intention at all to give them anything, why would you keep doing it?
And you've called it a bunch of little Gazas.
Yes,
It's a nice little
yeah,
picture.
piecemealing it, because it is what happened in the past 4 months. The Palestinians have been microdosing on it for a very long time, little by little by little, and we would shout every time when it gets too much, and then we shut down, and then little by little. But this time it was hard. It was hard to see the blatant oppression, and the word said, maybe the Hamas Ministry of Health are giving us the right numbers. Maybe it's just bullshit. And I laughed. There's 13,000 babies killed. Does that mean that there are 13,000 military targets hiding in the Bible? Because it is so. It doesn't make any sense to kill that many babies. It's like, oh, oops, it is out of our head.
It's hard to know what to do with those numbers. I mean, just one baby is enough.
But you know what happens? When you hear so many numbers become numbers. And you become so desensitized. And this is why there's a difference between saying 30,000 Palestinian kids dead, it's like Mila Kofi, an Israeli baby, 10 years old. She was killed in her crib. And this is what we hear from CNN. We never hear a story about a Palestinian kid. That's why, thank you for giving me the space for saying the names of the Palestinian children that were killed just for 4 weeks. So, like, it's because humans need context. They need that. They need like a feed. Look at what they need. But if you just tell them numbers, you don't mean anything.
There's some degree to where both leaderships, Hamas, PA, Palestinian Authority, Israel, all want war, like perpetual war, to remain in power.
That's an interesting question. But I mean, let's admit something. the Arab regime in the area have actually used the problem of Palestine in order to stay in power, in order to get excuses to like have this enemy. And Israel, the Israeli government has used that too, and maybe the Palestinians. But my problem with going into discussion is that the two sides are not equal. They're not equal in power, they're not equal in influence, and they're not equal in international support, especially with the United States. So Palestinians can, the people who have made changes in history with the people who would have the ability to change things. And the Palestinians cannot really change. What can we change? Well, is that true though? Okay, with how much support the Palestinian people have. So, just like you said, there's a lot of Arab states there that will voice their pro-Palestinian position in order to distract from their own corruption and abuses in their own countries. But I don't think if you look globally, there's a complete asymmetry of power and public view here. Maybe in the press in the West, but if you look globally, do they have the same kind of weapons that the Israeli have? Literally power? No, there's a major asymmetry of literal power. Some money to their leaders. Does that make any difference? I mean, and also when you say Palestinian Authority, which authority are you talking about? Hamas, or the Palestinian Authority has been kind of a domesticated, kind of like a puppy for the Palestinians, who basically have been informed on their own people. And this is the thing I think also kind of like really pissed me off when I was hearing the thing about this. Hamas. Like, we have Netanyahu on tape confessing that he supported Hamas giving money in order to cause factions in between the Palestinians. So it's just like, it doesn't make, you just told me this. You just told me Netanyahu supports Hamas. Hamas, like what? I mean, to which degree does Netanyahu represent Israeli people? Real question. To which point does Trump or Biden represent everything? To which degree does Hamas represent the Palestinian people? None of these represent it, but who have the power in order to make the decisions? It really comes down to that. Well, who does have? You're giving a lot of power to Israel. Yeah, but the Arab League, what did Hamas do? Hamas continue doing what a terrorist does, which is trying to destroy Israel. And the role of the Palestinian people is to overthrow Hamas and get a more moderate leadership, probably. And the role of the Israeli people is to vote out this right-wing government and elect a moderate leader so that there's a chance at peace with two moderate leaders. So before Hamas even got to control 2006, as there was Ariel Sharon in 2000, and we all know what happened. And Ariel Sharon kind of like had came up with this amazing policy of like breaking people's kids' bones in the Intifada. So Baraki was also like, I mean, which one is moderate? I mean, I think Hamas is a product of what happened. We can, if there was apartheid in South Africa, there would be no NFC. There would be no Muslim. If there was no Nazism there would be no countries. And I'm not saying, and again, I'm not. I don't want to be put in a position to defend Hamas or anybody because you know what that entails. But those are like Hamas. Again, not defending them. They went into October 2nd. What was their why did they do that? Like release the people in prison, because if you talk about people who were kidnapped, Israel kidnaps people every single day. And when they had that for the first exchange on November 4th, Israel released 400 people. Most of them are women and children. Why are those people in prison? There's 1 in 4 kids that are in prison that stay in solitary confinement, which is by international law a form of torture. And you're putting kids through that. Is it possible, first of all, ceasefire? Yes, and longer term, is it possible for Arab states and the United States to get together and with power, through diplomacy, enforce a solution? It's a very, very ideal solution, but I know that the Arab states don't really have the power. All of the powers are in the hands of America. They have the power. See, I think they have the power I don't.
Maybe they don't want to use it.
They don't want. Well, that's
Maybe they
because there's a benefit. Like dark. The dark sense I have is that a lot of people win from the suffering the Palestinians are going through. They can point to that and distract from
definitely.
corruption in all states. And then obviously Iran can benefit also the same kind of dynamic, distracting from the authoritarian nature of their regime.
Definitely, but what is the core of the problem? Is it the Arab states using the suffering, or the suffering itself? And the suffering comes from people being displaced, their homes were taken away. There are 7 million Palestinians in diaspora. 7 million. 7 million went out there and now they're living in Canada and America and Europe. They had homes there they cannot go back to. 1.7 million people of the people in Gaza don't belong in Gaza. They were pushed from other places. The piecemeal people are being, in Germany. I'm going to shift gear a little bit. It's going to be a little bit fun. There is a book that I bought the rights to, and I want to turn it. And I optioned the right for 2 months, for 2 years, in March of last year, before October 7th. After October 7th, I bought the permanent right. That book is called The Muslim Jew, and it is written by an author called Ronan Steinke. I read an article about this book in 2016, and I chased that book for rights for 7 years. I didn't have that much money, but I wanted that book. And that book was translated into English called Anna Doctor. And that book tells the incredible story under Nazi rule, where Arabs went in droves to Berlin in the 1920s after the First World War in the Weimar Republic, and they became doctors, engineers, journalists. Because for 2 reasons. Number one, it's just cheap, very cheap because of the inflation. And two, a lot of the Arab nationals didn't want to send their kids to England or France because they were the occupiers. And Dr. Henry was the hero of that. He's an Egyptian doctor. And that's why I kind of like that person. And he went to medical school. He didn't find a place to live, so he lived in the Jewish ghetto, like many Arabs. He didn't find a school to work at a hospital to work in, so he worked in a Jewish hospital. So there was a lot of Arabs who lived with the ghetto. And actually, the first director of the Berlin Mosque was a Jewish convert who converted to Islam, and he was a gay activist. I'm telling you, this is like a crazy story. Yeah. And this is not a fiction. This is actually like a non-fiction. It's written actually based on the statements and the documents of the Nazis and stuff. Dr. Henry, he was in this hospital, and the Nazis came in and they killed and tortured and beat up the Jewish doctor, and they made his department. And so now he is surrounded by Nazi doctors. They didn't touch him. He was an Arab. It was kind of like a thing between Germany and the Arabs because they wanted to appease to them in order to have kind of a grassroots-based the Arab world where he wanted to go next. And this is why 1934, 1935, the racial laws of Nuremberg, they had a huge. First they were called anti-Semitic, then they changed into anti-Jewish because also Arabs were Semitic. So they wanted to appease them. Now, what happened to Dr. Henry when that happened to him? He would go back to the ghetto, and he would see the apartments next to him, the Jewish apartment, become more and more and more flooded with people because they were moving Jews and putting them together, pushing them to the side, and each apartment, instead of one family, it would have 3, 4, 6, 7 families. And he was there, and he looked. He was there. This is where the people he grew up in. He lived, and now he's seen that kind of discrimination just because he's a. And then he started to kind of like atone for, like, because he felt responsible because he wasn't treated the same way, and he started to go and treat Jewish people in their homes because they couldn't go to hospitals. And then one family gave him his daughter.
It's like, this is Anna, save her. He took her, pretended that he's his niece, put a hijab around her, taught her Arabic, called her Nadia, my daughter's name, by the way. And they and he hid her in plain sight for 7 years in front of the Nazis as his nurse. It's an incredible story. And then not just that he went to prison, and then he went out and formed with the Arab people that was in prison with him a network that saved 300 Jews. See that kind of story? This is the Jews that were living in the Arab world. I'm not saying that the Jews living in the Arab world were living like an incredible life. Of course, as a kind of minority, they did not have like the full power or the full, advantage of the world. That's normal. But we had this kind of a relationship before Israel was erected in 1948. And then, of course, everybody looked at Jews at the time as fifth column. Of course, the nationalistic regimes used that. And this is why what Biden said was very dangerous when he said, if there is no Israel, no Jew in the world would feel safe. You are the leader of the free world, you are the president of the United States. Do you mean that you are telling me that the Jews in the United States right now are not safe? That is wrong on two levels. Number one, America historically and right now is more safe to Jews in America in the world than anybody. They are safer than the Jews in Israel. They never had pogroms or the Holocaust like Europe. They live here a good life, a perfect life, but they are better. Second of all, if you're the president and you're telling that a group of people will not feel safe unless there is a living one, you are already feeding into our fifth column. Like, you're Russian, you come from there. There is a group of laws in the Russian constitution that says that Russia will protect its citizens everywhere in the world. What happens if the president says, "Oh, you're Russians, you protect the country"? It's terrible.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually an indirect threat.
But yes,
Even saying Muslims cannot feel safe in America or something like this. That means like that's a threat.
but what would a Jewish person in Beverly Hills or in Brooklyn feel if he hears that? You are already telling people you need to be loyal to Israel. I mean, it's a foreign country. I'm sorry, but Israel is a foreign country. Israel is a client country that we sponsor, and it should actually be responsible and held accountable for what they do.
You mentioned 1948, Nakba, but before that, 41, 39, 41 to 45, the Holocaust. What do you do? What do you do with the Holocaust? How do you incorporate into the calculus of what's of morality that leads up to the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from the land? How do you work that out?
It's terrible, but what the systemic annihilation of Jewish people under the Nazis, that is like a carefully engineered, thoughtful plan. It was terrible. It was like kind of like the human ingenuity put into like something that is very evil. But also, it is not just that happened. We need to remember that Otto Frank, the father of Anna Frank, has his refugee visa rejected by the United States. There's a lot of people that were rejected by the United States, rejected by other European countries, and then they were pushed into Palestine. So you have to put yourself into and the Arabs said, okay, we're sitting here, okay, come, and then all right, you don't have a home or a country. That gives you. I mean, you see, if I'm not an Arab, and you give me that kind of peace with like terrible human tragedy, like, oh my God, that is terrible. But then I'm an Arab, like, yes, I'm so sorry, but what do I have to do with that? Why is that my fault? The persecution of the Jewish people have started since the 8th and 9th century because they were first anti-Christians, they were like criminal immigrants, they were like conspirators. This is the anti, like people kind of like as if Europe kind of like throw anti-Semitism. You understand that, like Henry Ford is one of the biggest he was the inspiration for Adolf Hitler. This is how anti-Semitic Henry Ford was. And you kind of like gloss over that. And then suddenly we as Arabs have to pay the price.
Several questions I want to ask that. So, but one is zooming out. Why do you think hatred of Jews has been such a
viral kind of idea throughout human history.
Oh, it's very easy. It all started from Christ. Christ, they killed Christ, they killed Christ. They're the killer of Christ.
That's a very sexy
And
story.
that stayed for years. That stayed for centuries and centuries. They're the killer of Christ. And then the Catholic Church did not allow usury, but they would work in usury, so they become rich. Now the people that we hate, that we accuse them of killing Christ, are becoming rich. So that's envy now, and that's hatred. I mean, when you talk about ghettos were not just as secluded parts in cities. Sometimes those ghettos were outside the cities. Jews were not even allowed to work a lot of professions. They were not allowed to get into the syndicates of certain professions. So they had to go work usually. They got rich, so they people hated them more. The first crusade didn't kill a single Muslim. All they killed were Jews. And when they finally arrived to Jerusalem, all they killed were Jews. They almost annihilated the Jews. So it was all this. And of course, you have the Dark Ages. Who do you need there as an enemy? The Jews, right? They're the killer of Christ. There's nothing bigger than this. And then you fast forward. I mean, one of the things that I found out that was very, 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 very crazy when Henry Ford imported the protocols of the elders of Zion. By the way, in the Arab word, protocols of the elders of Zion is for obvious reasons. And for the people who don't know, it's kind of like a bunch of like stories, and basically it's like the Jews saying that we're gonna control the war, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that, and whatever. People don't know that is a work of plagiarism. It was plagiarized from a satirical play called Conversation in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. And it is kind of like based on one chapter or one scene or so. It's crazy,
But it's crazy how sticky it is. Like,
yes,
it's weird.
yes. Because if I hate you, that's great. If I have a story to support that hate, that's even better.
But it's like one of the best stories, one of the stickiest stories about hate. That's probably the most effective. Because like a lot of people hate other groups of peoples, but that's just like the sexiest story of all.
Because humans need to concentrate their hate, their insecurities, and their shortcomings into one thing that they can practice that hate of. If it's a person, great. If it's a group, even better.
How do you, into this calculus, incorporate that group is pretty small? There's 16 million Jews worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned how is that the responsibility of the Arab peoples? Everybody should be to blame for not taking in Jews after the Holocaust. But the reality of the situation, if we look at the religious race, there's 16, let's say, million Jews, and there's I don't know how many Muslims, but 1.8 billion.
Yeah.
That difference, that 100x difference, do you incorporate that into this sense that Jews in Israel might feel, or the existential dread that this small group might be destroyed?
The Jews in Israel have every right to feel afraid because of everything that they see and everything they've been told, everything. But I would say that the calculus with the numbers doesn't make it, like, of course, like being small, it is of course a factor, but it is never an excuse in order to take something is different. It's saying like, hey, you have 300 million Americans, and we have 52 states, give one state, there's too many of them. Too many of you. Just give them something. It's like the fact that I have something and you don't, and there are too many of me and there is little of you. And then you come in and it's not really Israel against the Arab world or the Muslim world, because we have to say we fucked up big time. But it is the Palestinians that are in, and they are being subjected to that. So it's not really like the 1.8 billion and the 16 billion. And the 1.8 billion, if you look at them, some of them don't care. Some of them live into regimes that are being oppressed, and those regimes are supported by the United States in order.
easier for me as an empire to take what I want from this country if I control the dictator. And I tell them that his power is linked to my ability to my desire to keep him in power. So that's why you have a total disconnect between people in power in the Arab and the Muslim countries and the people themselves. Can you speak to 1948? Because you mentioned taking land that's not yours. Maybe parallels with Native Americans. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was a war. The Jewish minority fought that war against several Arab states and won that war. How do we incorporate that into the calculus? Yeah, well, that's not also misconception, like a misinterpretation of the event, because it seems that it was like it's kind of like a David and Goliath kind of story. But I was always like, how did we not do it? But in reality, with numbers, I can't pull it up right now, but if you look at the numbers, the number of tanks, the planes, the trained officers, because many of those Jewish fighters came from World War II. They were seasoned fighters, and they actually had more planes, more tanks, more artillery, more pieces of weapon, more of the other combined, because the people that really like fought was Egypt. And you have some 1948, many of those Arab countries didn't even have their independence, so they would kind of like send like a cavalry or like a people in horses. But in fact, the whole idea was like we won against 7 nations. The numbers were totally in Israel's favor. They were better equipped, they were better trained, they had like more tanks and artillery and airplanes, and they planned better. So they deserve the win because they planned and we did.
So to you, there was an asymmetry in military power.
Yeah.
What do you do with the fact that the war was won? So, like, look at the history of the world. There is wars fought over land.
I agree with you. This has been the history of humanity. Humanity was not living peacefully. It's all about like people taking people and killing people, taking their land. But there's two differences here. Mostly, usually, the conquering power. Like for example, India. We had India, and they conquered you in India. And after the occupation finished, they go back to India. France, Greece, Persia, Egypt. They would like go and expand and expand and shrink. Well, always do that. What is different here is exactly what happened in Australia and the United States. A group of people came in, not just to conquer and take the land, but to completely change that, to replace them and get them out or kill them. It was very easy with the Indians because they had smallpox, there was no social media, they did it over 400 years, they had time. The problem is, what is happening right now, I agree with you, it might not be that news, but we are there and we watch it.
And so now we have to confront the realities of war and empire and conquering.
Because you know what's the problem? We told ourselves we can be better. After 1948, there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It means that we are going to be better humans. We're not going to kill and take land. We're not going to displace people. We're not going to take people for what they are. There's now laws. There's international law. There's international court of justice. And now Israel is giving the middle finger to all.
So about the way this whole thing that we're talking about is us as a civilization on social media, in articles and books, in newspapers. We're just trying to figure out who are we as a people.
I think that the shock came from the fact that we thought that we as humanity have evolved, and now we are. What have actually changed is that we became more advanced in effectively eradicating a group of people because of the technology that we have. And the fact that we can do that under the eyes and ears of all the world, and we are watching on our phone. We have a window. We have a window to the world. 1945, people didn't know what was happening. In Japan, we heard about from the radio. Our forces came in and they launched. We don't know. We heard it. We saw pictures after that, and it's quite evident. But now we see it. We're into it, and it is so much for our psyche, and we can't get it. And so, and the Arabs are saying, guys, you told us we came to the West because we were told that we were equal. You know the university that we run? The co-authors, his name is Stefan F. He's a Jew. He is a survivor of the Holocaust. And you know what happened to him? He died, by the way, a couple of years ago, but before he died, he was cancelled by so many people and he was called anti-Semitic because he joined the BDS movement and he spoke about stuff. That is the author of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that we value so much, and we think that that would define our humanity. But then we go in and we are shocked that maybe we were sold something. Maybe that was false advertisement.
He shared a tweet by an account called Awesome Jew. It reads, Islamo-Nazi comedian Bassem Youssef. Comedian and poet, by the way.
Yeah, of course, because I love him.
Islamo-Nazi comedian Bassem Youssef is now denying Dr. I love that you retweeted this like twice.
Yeah.
I guess suppose because it's advertising some upcoming dates.
Yeah.
He's now denying October 7th massacre. A Muslim radical, Bassem Youssef, is notorious for his radical hatred of Jews in Israel. In a recent clip, he claims that the atrocities committed on October 7th are fabricated, or are looking for all information regarding any of his upcoming shows, as well as the venues which host the scumbag where Jews feel safe around this Nazi.
Yeah.
This is my first time interviewing a Nazi.
It's the first time I actually get called a Nazi.
First time.
I have been called so many things in Egypt. So, in Egypt, I was called a CIA operative on Mossad by secret Muslim Brotherhood, a secret Jew. There was also an article that was published about me in the state farm media saying in details how Bassem has been recruited by CIA agents using Jon Stewart in order to use satire to bring down the country. I was a Freemason, an infidel, a member of the Knights of the Temple, something like that. And there's actually people, the Muslim Brotherhood on their show, they would say like, he's actually an Israeli and they have forged an Egyptian ID for him to come. So it's kind of like when I get stuff, I said, I left all of that behind and I come here, it's like, boom, anti-Semitic Nazi. Yeah. I mean, I really covered everything. I don't know what else. I mean, I think it's kind of like I'm collecting PhDs. I'm just like getting like all of these credits.
How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the attacks? And this goes back to the decision to do the interview with Piers Morgan. Like, how do you like psychologically through all of it?
These kind of attacks, at the beginning, it's fun. But when they evolve into something else, so for example, I was like laughing off all of the stuff about calling me this, calling me that, but then when people will come in and thread the future, because it's not the people who are making those accusations that will come to you, it's the people that will hear and see those accusations and act on it. And there's always the fear of like, I mean, we have in the airboard a lot of things that somebody would hear something about someone else and go kill him or whatever, like anybody else. So there's this. But somehow I want to make fun of it. And it is to be called an Islamo-Nazi, it must have been the funniest thing ever. Because that's Islamo-Nazi. Wow. How did you, and a radical Muslim, me, a lot of Islamists hate me. They will call me a secular infidel. So it's kind of like, oh, how am I? Maybe I have an identity crisis and I need the people to tell me.
So let's go to the beginning. Let's go to your childhood. You grew up in Egypt. Well, let's figure out how you came to be who you are.
How do you become an Islamic?
Yeah, exactly. It's a long journey. I do like the swastika tattoo on your ass, which I didn't.
How did you see my ass?
You know what you did.
I know I did that.
It was very inappropriate. You were also obviously a sexual harasser.
Is this like a Me Too?
Yes.
This is like 2020. This is someone would come up with like, okay, we have
flip it. This is your Me Too moment. All right. So, Cairo, what's a
What's a defining memory, positive and negative from your childhood? My memory in general was cool. It was cool. I went to a Catholic school until for primary school, elementary. By the time I'd done, it was kind of like a start of a decline into the public education. And my parents, they're like middle class working officials. My dad was a judge, my mom was a business professor. And they were like one of the people who's like, they didn't have that much luxury. My dad like drove like a regular like car, a Fiat, which is like the equivalent for the Lada. And
Right, yeah. Thank you for speaking to the audience.
the Lada. And
So would that be a
no, it's kind of like the minimum. And my dad was not like a man of showing off. Whatever money they would do, they would put it for us, education, give everything to them. This is kind of like a very typical mentality. I'm not sure it's in many cultures, but like we grew up with this, like everything that we have is like this. So they will put us in education. So middle school, that was the big 1986 was the beginning of the explosion of like international schools, private schools, and these schools were relatively expensive. Of course, now with today's currency, it's ridiculous, but at that time it was very expensive. So I went to that school, and from there was this one which was like you feel less right away. And you feel, of course, there's the regular bullying and stuff, but it's not that. It's kind of like you always feel less. You don't have that much of like purchasing power that can allow you to go to the same outings, you travel with them, and even like how you dress, it's modest compared to that. So I was always an outsider. I was, and I compensated with that by two things: being good at school and being good at sports. So I was not like the typical nerd. It was just like I was playing football, basketball, track and field, and I was like one of the people would like to have me on their team. So I wasn't like kind of like he's a nerd getting away. But I never had a girlfriend. I never had any kind of like it was just like I was not boyfriend material. So that's kind of like it leaves remnants in you that you're not good.
But psychologically, you always like when you're by yourself, you felt like an outsider.
Yes, all the time, and that's why I kind of like I'm more of a loner. I don't have a lot of what called friends. I have acquaintances, people that I do stuff with. I have like the people that I can everything. When I went to medical school, now medical school is a different animal. Medical school is where all of the people from the public schools go. Public schools are very like they are not they don't have like they don't have English language as like a strong, but they are brilliant people. So because they would mostly be studying Arabic, but they are brilliant and they are very, very, very smart, very sharp. But then I'll go there. Now I am the sissy boy from the private school that comes into medical school. Now I'm an outsider again. And I go into I go into residency and I pick up salsa. So now I'm a salsa teacher while being a cardiothoracic surgery resident. And I'm an outsider for the third time because in salsa, I'm kind of like the respected doctor, and in resident, I'm the guy who is just dancing. So, and everything, of course, as a medical resident, you will mess up a lot. So they would always like, oh, because you're a dancer, oh, because you don't care about medicine, you just like want to go there and dance with women.
Yeah.
But, but, and so all of my life, I felt that I'm an outsider. I'm not part of it. I'm not part of the core group. So, and I have a story that you would love. I right before my residency, I was so much into stuff, so I had all of the money, and then I saved that, and I was working in summers, and I was doing extra jobs, and I took that money and I went to Miami in order to learn Rueda de Casino, which is the Cuban kind of like circus salsa. And I went there the summer 2001. And my return ticket was 9/12, 2001.
The universe has a sense of humor, I gotta tell you.
What 9/12. I was supposed to be on a plane going back to Egypt. What happens? Thank God I ran out of money 10 days before that. Just like, all right, I changed my ticket and I came back. 9/11. I'm kind of like, wake up! Wake up! What? And I think like the 2 hours that I've been in Guantanamo.
Flat M 912.
By the way, I was in Miami. When they went to the flight school in Miami. So I mean, I had 9/11 written all over
To be all over the news.
and my mom was like, "What? You went there to dance salsa? I didn't know that salsa is like a name for it." Why salsa?
Why did that attract? What, like, can you explain what salsa is? So I mentioned to you offline that I've been doing a little bit of tango, trying to learn it.
Yeah, I like samba, salsa, bachata, merengue. It's kind of like Latin dances, and it's like I don't know how you describe salsa, couple dance on that beat, and I did it because I once and I talk about that about my Arabic stand-up comedy days. I talk about like how I was, you know, I didn't have like really like a great like social life, and my friends went there one day, and I go into a place which it was called El Ghetto Negro. No, it was called Big Fat Black Pussycat. And then I think they thought it would be like racist or something, so it changed it to El Ghetto Negro. Anyway, so
Great.
I know,
Great decision.
I know. So I went there's the damn music and women and a doctor dancing salsa.
Yeah.
We do everything for that.
All
Even power, even money,
all the wars we've been talking about. At the end of the day,
the approval from the other side. We are babies. We're terrible people.
yeah.
So of course, like I mean, that was like great. But then as a nerd, I went so hard, and now I became a salsa. And I earned more money from salsa more than I did as a doctor.
I didn't know this part of you. That's hilarious.
I know I was making a lot of money, like huge amount of money. And I was just like, I would go finish my shift, and I go to the salsa class. And sometimes I would have like 70 people in my salsa class.
Oh wow.
I had like the biggest salsa class in Egypt in the beginning of the 2000s. And it was fantastic. And it was an outlet because you go there and there's the shifts and people dying. Damn, and you go,
It must have been good.
I was okay. I was cool. I was fun. There were people better than me, but I have a thing I was teaching. I like teaching.
So you mentioned heart surgery. So what motivated you to become a doctor?
It was a choice of exclusion. I mean, there's nothing else you can do with these high grades other than doctor and engineering. I hate math, so it would be a doctor. It's the Middle East. What do you expect? It's either in my joke in my show, I said like it can be one of three things in the Middle East: a doctor, an engineer, or a disappointment. That is the choices that you have. So years after,
You're damn good at it. Though. It's a hard path.
yeah.
And it's fascinating.
Can I tell you something that actually I was thinking about? Why did I actually do this? Why did I always choose the hardest thing to do? And I have to tell you, I had an epiphany only 2 weeks ago. I don't know if that's